there's always sign of intelligence in everything happening around us, and there's sign of stupidity too. So imagine you have someone, he is coming to teach you. Let's say he have a PhD in philosophy, and then this person who have a PhD in philosophy, he have a student who don't have even elementary school. Now, can we have a class about philosophy in such a classroom? No, because the teacher, he is so far from the students with education. Are you getting my point? To have a classroom, if I want to teach you mathematics and you want to be an engineer, let's say, well, to be an engineer, you have to be a person who finished high school and you have certain grade and you are good in mathematics and etc., etc., and then you come to engineering college. But you don't go take someone, you don't have elementary school, and you take him to a classroom where people, they are going to learn engineering. That is a stupid idea, right? And this is what happened with the Muslims. Muslims are people who they are illiterate, and suddenly you try to bring them in front of the Messiah wisdom, and this is why they talk and they act stupid when you speak about the Messiah to them. I hope my example is clear for you. You know what I mean? A Muslim is someone is following a person who is promising them a long penis, big testicles, women they have nice boobs, and etc. And then you bring them to speak about the Messiah. They will not. They don't fit. It's like a fish. You take it from the tank, which is very dirty, and then you make it in a water which is very clean. The fish will die. You have to you have to go in stages, because this fish is not used to this and will not understand. So the Muslims, what happened to them, they are under the mud of Muhammad for 1400 years, and because they are in a fish tank, and this fish tank is guarded by a crocodile. Anyone who try to escape the fish tank, they will eat him alive. So no Muslim dare to think about leaving the fish tank. I hope my idea is clear to you. This is why when you come to them and you speak about Christ, speak to Muslims, it's hard. So you should not do that. I advise the Christian not to start talking to Muslims about the Messiah right away. Start first, like, a Muslim is the same as a computer. You have a virus. You don't install the new software before you format the computer. You have to format the computer first. Many Christians, when they want to talk to Muslims, what they do? They start telling them about Jesus and what Jesus did. He is not even listening. This guy is infected with the virus. If somebody, like, I don't know if you ever have a flu, and because of the flu, your ears is blocked and your nose is blocked. At a certain point, you cannot really hear anything because you are so, like, your head is going to explode. This is how a Muslim feel. You are talking about something he's not even listening to. Before you go and talk about the Messiah, you have to clean his mind from the garbage. You don't put the Messiah in a container full of garbage. This guy, his head is full of garbage. Do you remember just yesterday we asked the guy, why you have to pray before you go to the bathroom? And he is telling us, yes, because the shaitan, he will target us in the bathroom. I mean, how you can discuss the Messiah with someone he believes that if you go in the bathroom before he says certain prayer, shaitan, he will put his fingers or his tongue in his anus. This is the level of intelligence we are talking about. So before you speak to a Muslim about the Messiah, you have to help him to get out of this tank of garbage. We don't bring and right away, always the Christian right away, you know, let me tell you about the Messiah, and they start preaching to him from the gospel, etc. It doesn't work this way unless this person is very educated, you know. But most of Muslims, sadly, they are not. I am. Well, first of all, you should not talk to Muslims as a girl. If you want to talk to Muslim girls, not Muslim boys. Muslim boys, they will not look at you in a good way anyway. So you should not associate with them. I don't advise any Christian girl to associate with any Muslim. Muslims, they look at their own women as a, excuse my language, as a vagina. So why you think he is going to respect you, even if he is trying to be nice to you? Sometimes, like, you know, maybe he's trying to get something of you. But Muslims don't respect women anyway. No Christian women should associate with Muslims, whatsoever the reason. Even if you have a business work, you know, do the work, but don't go involved in a certain conversation. And if you try, shut him up right away. Don't give him a chance, because Muslims always, they think of non-Muslim women that all of them, they are a bunch of whore and they are easy to take to the bed. This is how they see it, when the fact is the opposite. You know, me, when I used to live in the Middle East, I used to unblock the phone. You believe it or not, I unblocked my phone in order to be able to sleep. The second they find about you that you are a single person, and they find your phone number, they keep calling you, and like, you know, and you answer the phone. Hello, who's talking? Hello, how are you? Why you are whispering? My husband is asleep. Her husband is asleep. The whore, her husband is asleep. She's calling a guy. She don't know who is he, maybe. She just got his phone number, I don't know how. And she is calling and her husband is asleep. But at the same time, the Muslims, they believe that all non-Muslim women, they are whore. When in fact, in America, you see, I live in America, right? An American citizen. I can get in the Middle East what I cannot get in America. You can get anything you want there. It is the most lousy society ever, but everything is under the table. Do you remember the video, the woman, her name is Foxy, the stupid Canadian who converted to Islam? She made a video and she was speaking about the hypocrisy of the Muslims. This is stupid woman, she converted to Islam, she thought Islam will be something good. And she was talking about how Muslim women, they keep themselves virgins, and how they have sex from the wrong location, you know what I'm talking about, in order to stay virgins. I don't want to speak dirty as she speaks, but you can go and watch her video. But this is the truth. Nobody speak about dignity as much as Muslims, but they don't have it. Their police is corrupt. Their judges is corrupt. Their president is corrupt. Everything is corrupt. The whole country is corrupt. Guys, imagine the phone company guy. Look what he do. The phone company guy. He go and he cut your line. Listen carefully. Listen how corrupt the whole society. The phone company guy, not somebody else. He go and cut your line, and then after 5 minutes he go to your door. Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum assalam. What's up? Your phone is cut off. It's not working, right? No, it's not. It was working like 10 minutes ago. Check it. Check it. You go inside. You lift up the phone. The phone is not working. And then he said, you know what? Make a request to fix it. Okay. Make a request, and then maybe next week we will come. And they go, know what, next week we know. Next week you will come. We'll stay without a phone for a week. And then you say to him, okay, you know, come on, I will pay you. Come on, just fix it now. He is the one who cut it, and he is the one who fixed it. Are you getting the point? This is how corrupt the society. To buy some vegetables, you need God help to buy vegetables. They put all the garbage vegetables. They don't allow you to, like, not like in America, you go and pick up by yourself, and you put the tomato you choose, and the damaged one you will not take it. No. They put in the front the nice tomato. The guy, he is standing behind the counter. He said to you, how much you want? You say 2 kilograms. He put all the garbage in the paper bag underneath, and then in the top he put for you 3 or 4. They are good. You go home, You take the tomato, you find half of them is for garbage. This is how the society, but they are number one people who speak about God. They are number one people who speak about the prayer. They are number one people who grow a beard, but they are the most corrupt, garbage people ever you can imagine. I'm not talking about an ethnic group, by the way. I'm not talking about an ethnic. I'm talking about Islamic society. Whatever they are the same. Actually, if you want to buy from a grocery store owned even in America by someone he is not an American, especially coming from the Middle East. I am from the Middle East. You see, I'm not being racist. Don't talk about being racist now. If you go to a grocery store, you have to be careful because they will scam you. This is what they do. Next to the cashier machine, they will put a bag of cigarette, or let us say 2 packets of sardine, or matches, or anything. And then he start calculating how much you pay, and he add those things in the counter in your bill, but they are not yours. You go outside. Most of people, they will not notice. They go home. The same thing he put in the counter, he charged the last 100 customers before for the same thing. He put it himself in the counter. If you find out about it, like you go out of the store and you find out, look, I did not buy sardine, I did not buy cigarette. You go back, you say, oh, alhamdulillah, you just saw it here. It is here, you see. I thought this cigarette is for you. Look like it was the guy before you who put it here. You know what I mean? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? So he put it for you in the cash next to the cashier machine, and he charged you for it. And if you find out about it, you go back, you see, oh, well, you left it. When he see you coming back from the door, he know that you found out. So right away he will say, oh, sir, you left the cigarette box here. And then you say, well, I'm coming because you charged me. I did not really buy a cigarette. This is not mine. Oh, okay, sorry for that. Let me take it off. So imagine how much money they make, those corrupt people. So the idea is there is nations who speak about dignity, but they don't have it. There's nations who speak about God, but they don't know God. There's people who call each other like you are a whore, etc. But a whore is 1,000 times better than them. You see, I have respect for a whore 1,000 times more than any sheikh who have a long beard. At least the whore is more honest. She don't scam anyone. She say that she is a whore. She's not lying. Those people, they claim to be people of dignity, but they have no, and not even close, the honesty of a whore. You know what I mean? And this is my like my experience with people, that those who speak too much about dignity, they are the one who don't have it. Usually they speak too much about dignity because they are trying to make you not to see what they have. It's like a cover. Even the Bible, if you go back in the Bible, you will see that in the time of the Messiah and even before, if a woman, she work as a whore, what she wear? Anyone knows what the clothes she wear? No, she wear a burqa. She wear a burqa, so nobody will know who she is. Burqa, my friend, is the clothes of whore. The best clothes for a whore is a burqa. Nobody will know who is she. Nobody will know what she is doing. Nobody can find out what the heck she is doing, because she can go to any place. Let me tell you this story, and this is an absolute true story. It happened in Saudi Arabia. There's a Saudi guy, he is very conservative, very, very conservative. He will not allow his wife to leave the house without him. Nobody can come to the house without him. So he locked the doors and the whole windows are locked and he have bars, like it's like a prison. And he told his wife, only when I am home, your friends can visit you. Conditions, that's it. So every few days, a woman, she come to the door, she knock at the door. When the husband is there, the husband, he opened the door. He see a woman wearing burqa. He don't talk to her because haram, haram. He don't even say hello. He turn his back, he go to his wife, he say, my wife, your friend is outside, take her inside. So his wife, she take her to the bedroom. They have like a, Muslims, they have like a section for women alone. If they have a visitor, no men are allowed to be in. So it was like this for 6 months. And then one day, and the husband is very nice. The husband is very nice, actually. The husband, he make tea for them. He make tea and he leave it behind the door and look at the door. Fatima, take the tea. Take the fruit. Take the apples. Take the bananas. 6 months. And then one day, his sister, she came. And because his sister, she is a woman, so she can join the women, right? So he told his sister, well, my wife, she have her friend in, go and join them. The sister, she went in, she found a guy. The guy was coming to his house, sleeping with his wife, wearing a burqa for 6 months, and he is home, and he is making tea and coffee for them. It is the best way to do prostitution. I think about 2 years ago, they arrest and the police in Saudi Arabia, they arrest hundreds of people who work in a limousine station, limousine company. Guess what the limousine company do? You call the limousine. If you are a girl, they will send you a boy who sit in the back of the car. And if you are a guy, they send you a girl who sit in the back of the car. So they have 6 in the limousine. And they drive. By the time you arrive to your destination, you are done with 6. And all the employees, the boys and the women, they are Muslims from Bosnia. They are blonde because, Saudi, they like white, they like white boys and they like white women. So you go inside the car, supposedly nobody will suspect anything because the limousine have, you cannot see through, it's big, and the guy, he drives slow. The driver, he is from the company, they are a mafia. And they make a lot of money from this business. Until one day they arrested them. But this is in the heart of Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, the price of a bottle of whiskey go up to $500 to $600, and it is there if you want it. If you can afford it, it is there. Anything you want is there. So always there is an image about society which is not true image. Like, me myself, when I came to the state, first time I start talking to people in the Middle East back, like, where I'm coming from, they start asking me, do you see shooting in the street? Do you see like cars chasing? Did you see any of those? I said no. Because what they see in the movie, people shooting each other like, and they see Sylvester Stallone shooting 10,000 people and the cars are jumping in the air and etc. So they think this is America. Seriously, this is what they think. They think in America, you walk in the street and people are shooting each other, and this is America where people, and and I remember, like at that time, long time ago, a guy, he said to me, did you wash your car? I said, what do you mean? He said, did you go to wash like those places where they wash cars and women, they wash it with their breast? I said, what? This is what they think about America. They think America is what they see in the movie. An American, they think the Middle East is what they see too from the Muslims today, trying to present themselves that they are the decent people, they are the good people, they are people who they are religious, who pray to Allah, who they are, go to any 6 tourist country, you will see #1 customers are Muslims. This is who they are. Ask any Muslim who went to Egypt. What do you know about Egypt? He will name for you every bar and every pimp house. But ask him about the museum. He never been there. Right? My friend, Christian Princess, he is not proposing to you. He is just trying to sleep with you. Those men, those Muslims don't propose. Those Muslims, they consider every woman is a shoe and it's time to wear her, and second day he will take you off and throw you in the garbage. A Muslim, he never proposed anything. Don't fool yourself. Yeah. So there is an image people they try to draw to you about themselves, and there's a true image you have to find out about it. There's people who try to make you believe that certain group, like, you know, Christian Prince, he talked about Islam, all right? And Christian Prince want to show you that Islam is a bad religion. Now, Christian Prince, in order to be convincing, he might come with some stories, which is, you know, because he want to give you an image that Islam is bad, so he might be extreme, and maybe even he lie about Islam or Muslims. So it's your duty to investigate whoever delivered to you any kind of information to be is true or not. Otherwise, you are a foolish man or a woman. Don't take what people say to you, especially if it's coming from the news, from TV stations. Everything there is a funny, stupid. I remember once I was watching a movie about terrorism, and the American movie, I forgot the name, but I don't, maybe somebody can help me with the name. It's very famous. They used to play it always. The American Marines, they landed in the beach of Damascus in the movie. But Damascus does not have beach. You know what I mean? 300 million Americans, they are watching. Nobody noticed. Like, I mean, what kind of director, what kind of a story writer, what kind of a stupidity in this story? The Marines, they landed their boats in the beach of Damascus and they entered the president's house. Do you know how far Damascus is from any beach in the world? What beach? So sometimes people are disconnected and the media disconnected, the same as Muhammad himself is disconnected. Mary, when she gave birth to Jesus, she was under the palm tree. What palm tree? Muhammad, he thinks that Mary, she gave birth to Jesus in the desert. You see some Christian making for you a movie about Jesus. You will not find a movie about Jesus and there is no palm tree. Like, what palm tree? Go there, man. In there, there's no palm trees. Jerusalem and Bethlehem is not a desert. If today they place some of them, this is for decoration. This is a cold area. This is not a desert. There's no palm tree. So many people, they got their impression and their education from a stupid guy who says something, or who draw something, or make a movie, or even like if you go to the church today, ask your priest. Go tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday, right? Ask your priest. Tell him, what do you think about Islam? He will give you a speech. He will say to you, Muslims are Abrahamic, and they are from Ishmael. Like, what the heck? Muslims from Ishmael? Where do you get this from? I challenge anyone who claims to be a bishop, a priest. I don't know. You call yourself bishop, priest, pope, potato, tomato, Muhammad donkey. I don't care. I challenge you to prove to me where you get this information from, that Ishmael is the father of the Arab. Are you guys mad? But nobody asks himself. Nobody question. If a priest, he said they are from Ishmael, everybody says, okay, they are from Ishmael. You know what I mean? People don't think. Most of people, they are followers. They follow. They are like a sheep. Do you know those little ducks when they are just came off of the egg? If a cat walk in front of them, they follow the cat. If a dog walk in front of them, they follow the dog. It doesn't matter. Anything they sound big, anything look big, they follow. And this is what the people do today. They follow celebrity. Celebrity can be who? Can be a priest, can be a bishop, can be an actor, can be a president, can be a singer, can be anything stupid. It doesn't matter. As long as he is famous, well known, which means he is big, they follow. No, 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 it's not about fake Christian. What I talk about fake Christian? We're talking about people, generally speaking, this is how they are. Okay, let me tell you something. Once I made like they invite me to do a seminar. The first seminar I did for that church, I have like hardly maybe 40 people, hardly, because they don't know me. The second seminar we did in the same church, we have almost 250. The third one, we have more than 400. Now, what is the difference between the first one and the second one and the third one? Nothing. It's me. I am the same person. But people, they like names. They are not really too much interested of you as a person. In order to give you their ears, you have to have a name. This is how a human being is. If you go and watch any movie, as an example, let us say one of those movies, stars, Tom Cruise. In the movie, there's maybe 1,000 people working in the movie. How many names do you know about those who work in the movie? I mean, how many names you remember? How many names? 1, 2, 3. That's it. But there's 1,000 people they work in the movie, and their names is written there when the movie starts, but nobody cares. So people, they like to follow names blindly. It doesn't matter how valuable those names, how much educated they are, as long as the crowd follow, they follow. Human being, generally speaking, they belong to the theory of the cattle. You can try this right now. Go to the street, bring 4 of your friends, and ask them to look at the sky, up. Go in Manhattan. Huh? 4 of you stand in the middle of the road and start looking at the sky, and you will see 10,000 people around you who is crossing the street. They are looking at the sky. Is that correct? Put some dogs dirt in the street, and gather you and 5 of your friends around it and look down. Wait 1 minute, you will find there's 300 people around you looking down to see what you are looking at. People, they have the mentality that if somebody have a lot of people listening to him, it's mean he's good. So the quality, we learn that the quality is about how much popular you are, but the fact this is not true. You see, Jesus this day is not popular, and he was not popular in his time too, but he is the quality. The Messiah, he have only 12 people. This is not have nothing to do with anything to be called popular. Just 12 people. So if you want to be a person who belongs to Christ, you should change your mentality and not to be stupid like the Muslims. You speak to the Muslim, right away they will say to you, we are 1.23 billion. Because they have the mentality of how popular. Their mentality is the mentality of the stupid. The fastest growing disease doesn't mean that it is the best disease. the fastest growing sickness doesn't mean it is the fastest growing sickness. It's, the best sickness. It's sickness still. We as a Christian, we should not talk about how many we are. We should talk about how truthful we are. Muslims, they count numbers because they are empty. Even though if we want to count numbers, we are twice more than them. Christians today in the world, they are more than 3 billion, almost half of this earth. But we don't see Christians talking about the numbers because we don't count three numbers. There's many, they are just born from a Christian family and they have nothing to do with Jesus. So this is why I say Islam is a stupid religion. A Muslim, because he have an empty religion, emptiness, belief. He tried to count for you things to prove to you that he is coming from a true religion by number. Because he have nothing. James White, he made a video about Sam Shamoun. I never heard of that. I don't want to hear about it. Anyway, I'm sure the Muslims, they would like his video and they will spread it all over. Stupid people. Anyway, no, don't post any video here. We don't want those videos here. The important for us as a Christian to recognize that we are a Christian not because of numbers, not because we are born of a family, certain family, Christian parents. We are Christians because we choose to be believers. And the important about being a believer is why we became believers. The Muslims, they have no idea why they are believers and why they are even called believers. And they believe in what? They have no idea. This is why we ask the Muslim, who is your God? They don't know. Or what they say to you, his name is Allah. Anything else, it's unknown. Allah is unknown God. Muhammad himself, he never saw Allah, never spoke to Allah, never witnessed Allah. He never even heard the voice of his God, Allah. Not even once. So there is a huge difference between us as a Christians, who our belief is based on intelligence, not on stupidity. Like a stupid guy, Muslim, he said to me, do you believe in unicorn? You think the Christians are stupid. Unicorn is a true animal and exists. It will take you 2 seconds to search in Google to find unicorn. Many of those stupid naives, they think that there's no unicorn. In the same time, when we ask them a question about anything their prophet he said, which is full of fairy tale stories and stupidity, flying carpet, a flying horse, flying donkey, the donkey who Muhammad asked him about his sexual desire, the bird who is the ministry of irrigation, the ring of Suleiman, which is a ring of magic, unbelievable. Muslims, they have no answer. When somebody brings to you a religion and he says to you, I want you to believe in this religion, you need to ask him, what is the ethical this religion have to offer first? Before you tell me about your prophet, what ethical this religion have? Do Islam really pass any kind of ethic examination? Do Islam teach anything good? No. You need to examine, my friend, anyone invite you to anything. Like if I invite you to a restaurant, you assume that I'm going to invite you to where people, they provide good food, right? Well, you are assuming, but not necessarily. Not really. Maybe it's not. Don't assume that people, they are offering to you something good automatically. There's people, they offer you drugs, right? So what you think everybody will be offered to you is good? Some Christians, they assume that if a Muslim, he is religious, that means he is a good person. The fact, Muslims who they are religious are the most dangerous, false, fake people, because in this religion they are allowed to lie. It's actually encouraged for Muslims to lie, especially for non-Muslims. So you Christians, you have to be always aware. If we have any Muslim here would like to step to the mic, feel free. Why could Moses write about his death? You know, Salah, how about Moses' death? Let us talk about Moses' death. Do you dare? Here we go, a great example of the stupidity. We have Mr. Salah here, he want to talk about Moses' death. You want to talk about it? Salah, do you dare? You are the one who chose the topic. Okay, no, hold on. You are the one who chose the topic, not me. I challenge you to stop up for the topic and let us talk about it. What do you say? Do you dare? Or you are a big mouth? Do you dare? Guys, do you know that Moses, when Allah decided to take his life, he sent him an angel, and Moses, he played karate, and he blocked his eyes, and he broke his wings, and he sent him back to Allah? A Muslim is talking about how Moses' death will be. Is that true? Salah, is that true? Is that true that Moses, he broke the wings of the angel and he blocked his eye out? He did beat him and he refused to die? You see the potato, he don't want to talk about the topic no more. He's so quiet. It's from the hadith. Your prophet said that. Are you saying your prophet is a scumbag liar now? It's from the Quran. Is it from the Quran? Is it from the Quran? Do you Muslim believe in the Quran only? Are you a Quran only, Salah? Quran only? You see, Salah, you are just a kid. You are in the corner, and this hadith is sahih. Why don't you use the hadith? Isn't it this is your prophet statement? Isn't it this is your prophet statement? Answer. Why I should not use it, huh? Isn't it this is your prophet statement? So you're ashamed of your prophet statement. It's funny, it's stupid, it's silly. Because your prophet speak as a stupid guy, now you don't want to talk about it. What do you say? Your prophet was stupid when he said that, right? I agree. You see, the Muslims, if you show them from the Quran, they will say you have wrong interpretation. We give them the interpretation from the hadith, they say to you this is hadith. Right? Coward. Sit down, coward. You don't dare to come to the mic. I will give you a chance to come to the mic and answer about how Moses did beat the angel of Allah. And then we will talk about the verse you posted so we can laugh at you. This is you see, we are not the one who run away from a debate. It is the stupid Muslims. Come to the mic and tell us how Moses did beat the angel and he took his eyes out. Your mic. What if I show you that your God, Allah, he said that he is sorry for his creation? What you would do? Salah, he is sorry for creating you, which means he is sorry for you, you stupid idiot. He feels sorry for you because you are going to go to him to hellfire unless you are repenting. Now I answered you. What if I show you your God himself saying that? What do you do? What do you do? What if I show you that your God, Allah, he says the one who chooses Islam is stupid? Huh? Coward. You don't want to answer, right? Did your God, Allah, says the one who chooses Islam is a stupid person? Or I'm lying? And this is from the Quran. You see the coward? We answer him, he will not answer. Cowards. Potatoes. And we fry them here under our shoes. And Judith, you don't come to a Christian room to call Jesus names. You don't like Jesus, get out. Throw yourself in the sewage and put some makeup because some rats are waiting for you. Or you can go to a nightclub and somebody will take your panty and will give it to Muhammad because Muhammad is a panty collector. God is sorry for creating us. You stupid idiot. God is sorry. God never been sorry. Why? He will go to hell? He is sorry for you, you stupid idiot. You see how silly the Muslims? You want to talk about what Musa says in the Bible? Let us talk about it. Let us talk about Moses, who his clothes was stolen by a rock. This is how stupid Islam is. A rock stole the underwear of Moses and run with it, and Moses run naked in the middle of the town, and every male and female of Israel, they saw his testicles, and this is only Allah, he did it because he wanted to prove that the testicles of Moses are wonderful. This is how stupid the Muslims are. A rock stole the clothes of Moses, and the rock is doing that because Allah, he wanted to prove to the Jews that Moses, his testicles are not infected. I hope Allah will not do that to me. Look how stupid the story. This God, he want to prove that Moses' testicles are good. In order to do that, he humiliate his prophet, make him run naked in the street in the middle of the time so everybody can see his testicles and his penis. Just to prove that Moses, he have a nice testicles. This is the logic of the stupid religion of Islam. And then Moses, he chased the rock, screaming, stop the rock, stop the rock stole my clothes. And then when the rock stopped, you see the rock is working for Allah. It stopped in the middle of the children of Israel. And when everybody saw his testicles, Moses, he started beating the rock. And this is the hadith in front of you. Do you believe it? A Muslim is worried about God saying in the Bible that he is sorry for creating us. This is what he is worried about. But he is not worried about all the scumbag fairy tale stories mentioned in his Quran and his Hadith. Allah, he sent the angel of death to take the take the life of Moses. Moses, he don't like to die. So what he do? Moses, in case you do not know, according to Islam, he have a black belt, karate. He's a Bruce Lee. The angel of death, who supposedly can kill millions by one wave of his wing, as Muhammad he claimed. Moses, he did beat him, and he take his eye off. I mean, that's amazing. We should send the Bruce Lee to learn from Moses. And then the angel, he went back to Allah. He entered the room of Allah and he told him, You send me to a guy, he don't want to die. He did. He broke my wings and he took my eye. Oh boy. Who want to see the story? Who want to see the reference? Anyone? Because people, they might say this is a lie. It's not true. Right? They might say so. You never know. This is the story. Let me post it for you. This is what Muslims, they are coming to teach us, that this is what their God is bringing to us as a story which is unknown. A man, his name is Moses. He is taking the eye of the angel off and breaking his wings and his legs. I mean, seriously, if Moses exists today, he will beat all those actors in the action movies, because he is, for sure, he is very, very good at fighting. In order to do that to an angel, to take his eyes off, you have to be a hell of a karate fighter. And look, the story did not stop there. Look at the wisdom there. Look at the story, the action. So Allah, he told the angel, okay, go back to him. Go back to him and tell him to put his hand on the top of an ox, which means a male cow. And whatever number of hair exists under his hand, he will live. Do you see how stupid the story? Because if this is true, Musa should live for tens of thousands of years. Why you cannot open the link? In Paltalk, when you click on it, it will take you to other page. You have to click agree, proceed. It doesn't open. You copy the browser and your and paste. Paltalk, they have security. They don't allow links to open directly, so you have to click twice. It open in a page, and then in that page you click again. They give you a warning that you are going out of Paltalk. And a stupid Abdul is coming to us and saying to us, can you read about the death of Moses? And even what he posts for us have nothing to do with the death of Moses. You see, Muslims, they are like an empty chicken who have one sound. Nothing else. They are repeating the same word they have. They don't have different word. They are copy, paste from each other. They never even read what they are accusing us of, because simply they copy each other. They don't know really what they are talking about. And if this guy, he knew how Musa's death is in his religion, he will never mention this story. Do we have any Abdul? Yesterday you said Quran has Abraham and Sarah story with the Pharaoh. No, no, you know, you see, uh, Islam is not a Quran. However, Islam speak about Sarah and Abraham, but the details about them is in the Islamic books. And most of those Islamic books, to tell you stories, either it's copied from the Christians or it is their own fabrication. So when a Muslim he speak in a stupid way based on his ignorance, he do not know that the stories is making fun, that those same Muslims they believe in it, he shoot himself in the foot. And this is why we get them busted. They come to you to accuse you of something. Like as an example, a Muslim he will come and accuse you that David he sent a man to war so he can have his wife. But this is mentioned in their books and they believe in it. %99 of Muslims, they don't have education. They are stupid in their religion. So when they come with an accusation, they are not expecting you to back up their stupidity from their books. They are expecting you to answer from your book. However, when we speak about Abraham or Moses or David, we are not following Moses, and we don't follow Abraham, and we don't follow David. And nowhere in the Bible it says that Moses and David and Abraham and Solomon, they are perfect people, who they are the perfect people who never commit sin. All of them, they are sinners, and no one of them is called good. Only Jesus is good. So when a Muslim come to us and speak about someone, his name is mentioned in the Bible, the question is, are you trying to prove that Christianity is bad, or you are trying to prove that those people, they did sin? What you are trying to prove? If you are trying to prove to me that Suleiman or David or Abraham, they commit sin, absolutely they commit sin. And none of the Christians believe they do not. There's no need to prove it. Only stupid people can think such a way that those people are not sinners, you know, and nobody believes they are not sinners. The Bible tells us stories about David. David was a womanizer man. He loved women. He loved to be with women. He loved to sleep around. This is David. The Bible is a true book telling us true stories and is not hiding things. You see, the Muslims, they say to us, we are corrupting the Bible. If we are corrupting, that means we are going to filter. To filter anything will not make our belief look good according to those people, right? But there's no filtering. All those stories is there, and they are there since the book was written. Secondly, the book is written by the Jews, and there's no, and the Jews and the Christians, they never been friends together. So how the Christian and the Jews, they agree to corrupt the same book? It's impossible. You know what I mean? How the Jews and the Christians, they will corrupt the same book? Do the Jews agree with the Christian? No. Do the Christians agree with the Jews? No. So how we will corrupt the Torah? So when a Muslim he try to speak about prophets in the Old Testament, none of us actually, even all of us, we knew that Paul himself, he used to go after the Christians. He used to be an aggressive man who want to kill the Christians. Is that correct? Right? So even Paul, he commits sin against God. Even Paul himself. And I do commit sin, and you commit sin. You see, when Abdul he come to you with those stories, he's trying to downgrade the value of your belief. He want to make you believe that you don't have good religion, you don't have good. But his prophet is the most scumbag ever. When David he commits sin, he cried to God asking for forgiveness. Every name in the Bible, go and read. A great prophet like Isaiah. All the prophets of God, they cry to God asking him for forgiveness. He's a prophet. He commit all kind of filthy, disgusting sin. And he gave himself a license for sin. So he made a verse, he claimed it's coming from his God, saying that Allah, he forgive to Muhammad the past and the coming sin. See, when David, he sinned, he asked God forgiveness. He prayed to God to forgive. He cried. When Muhammad, he sinned, he make it a law. He make it a lifestyle. He make it as that he is special, and because he's special, he can sin as much as he want. This is why the Quran chapter 48 verse number 2, it says, may Allah forgive thee for the past and the sin to come. Past and coming sin. Why God of Muhammad is forgiving Muhammad for the past sin and the coming sin? Any Muslim can tell us? Any Abdul? You see, the Muslims, they say to you guys, let us change. We don't want to switch the topic to be about James White and someone else. Focus with me, please. We have an enemy here to fight, is the devil. If you want to chat about someone else, you can chat in private. Don't the Muslim, they say to you, why Jesus, he need to pay for your sin? How many times you heard the same question? Correct? They say to you, why Jesus have to pay for your sin? All right, I will go with the Muslim logic. Everybody have to pay for his sin. I will go with the Muslim logic. Why Muhammad do not need to pay for his sin? Why Muhammad have a license of sin, not license of doing good? He have a license, says, may Allah forgive thee for the past sin and the sin to come. Who paid for the sin of Muhammad? Allah? Somebody had to pay for it. How he was burdened from his sin? Yeah, and at the same time, Muhammad, he said that in the judgment day, Allah will take the sin of the Muslims and he place it in the Jews. But hold on, aren't you the one who said that Jesus should not pay for your sin because this is not just? So how come your God will make us Christians pay for your sin? So it is in this religion of stupidity, and there is no logic in this religion. The second you try to speak in a logical way with Muslim, the Muslim, he will commit suicide. He will make exactly what Muhammad did. He will go to the top of the mountain. He will try to throw himself from the top of the mountain, and then somebody have to grab him from his panty and say to him, Muhammad, you are a prophet for sure. Don't do it. The Muslim, they fabricate requirement for God to be God. As of God is something we can design him with a tailor. We can take the size of his shoulders and his waist and we can make a suit for him. So the Muslim, they bring a suit for you and they try to say to you, do Jesus fit with that suit? But the hypocrite Muslim, he will not use the same suit to make it fit with his God. The Muslim, they say to you that God is invisible. Well, is your God invisible? He is not. And I can show you from the hadith of Sahih Bukhari. that your God is a physical being and he is visible. We just mentioned that, Princess. We mentioned the hadith. Muhammad, he said that. So their God is visible. Their God is a physical being. Their God is inside his creation. And all of this is not allowed for Jesus to be, but Allah is allowed to be. Jesus is not allowed to be God in the physical of a man, but Allah is allowed to be in the physical of a man. How Jesus can be God and he have hands and he have arms, but Allah is allowed to have arms and hands and eyes and fingers. Jesus cannot be God because he was walking in earth. Allah, he can be God and he is sitting under a tree. It's called Sidratul Muntaha. By the way, anyone remember what Sidratul Muntaha is? What is Sidratul Muntaha? Anyone remember? Sidratul Muntaha is a huge tree, and if you walk under the tree, you will spend 100 years to walk in the shade of that tree. However, that tree have a trunk. The tree have a trunk, right? Big, huge trunk. And from that trunk, every prophet, he go to heaven, he come out from there. It's exactly the same as the story of Alice in the Wonderland. You remember the story of Alice in the Wonderland? It's exactly the same story. So Muhammad, when he went to heaven, he came out from the trunk of Sidratul Muntaha, and then when he went back from there. And that Sidratul Muntaha is connected by its route to other location. Anyone remember where? Anyone remember where? Where Sidratul Muntaha route is connected? Do you know the mosque in Jerusalem? It's called the Mosque of the Rock, the Dome. You remember when Muhammad he said, the Quran never said that Muhammad he went to heaven. Do you know that? What the Quran said, that Allah, he took Muhammad at night to the Dome Rock. It doesn't say heaven. Go and read in the Quran, chapter 17, verse number 1. So how Muhammad he went to heaven then, if he went there? Because this is the airport to go to heaven. You go under that rock there's a hole. You know, in the old legend of the Jews, the Jews in their religions, they believe, all of us, we know about the story of Noah, right? The flood of Noah. You remember the story? In the region of the Jews, in their like fairy tale stories, they believe that God, he put a rock, that big rock there, to close the fountain where the water coming from. And that fountain is connected to hell and to heaven. Both. So God, he blocked that fountain of water, and this is how he stopped the flood of Noah. So Muhammad, he went there under the rock, and from there he went under the tree, which is a tree next to the house of Allah. And all of this is coming from allegiance of all nations before, even before, long before the Jews. Like if we want to go in details about legions, you know, we will find ourselves going in many stories. But you know, most of people, they have a little education, and they have no idea really where those legions is coming from, and what, like, why the Quran, why the Muslims, they say to us that Allah, Muhammad, he took Muhammad to heaven, but the Quran does not mention heaven. the Quran mentioning that he took him to the farthest mosque. Where is heaven? It doesn't say heaven. So why the Quran does not mention heaven? He mentioned that because what Muhammad is saying, that it was a normal road. If you go and read my book, you will find that Muhammad is going in a road, and the road is full of dust, and there's a street. It's a normal street. There's a connection between the earth and the heaven. The heaven is not really something in the sky as some people believe. There's a street. This is why Muhammad, he needed what? He needed a flying horse, but the horse, in fact, he is not flying really. He is using his feet, and in the same time his wings is speeding him. It's like a big chicken. You know the chicken, how they jump far because of their wings? So there's really a road, and Muhammad is going with that flying donkey, but he is not really flying. And this is why if you go in the hadith, you will see each time Jibreel, he arrived in front of one of the gates, he asked the gate to open. This is like clear image of a normal movie in the 7th century when people, they live inside castles, correct? You go and you knock at the door, and then somebody says, who is there? What do you want? Right? So Muhammad, yeah, who is it? It's exactly, if you read the story of Muhammad, it's exactly, they ask him, who is it? Then Jibreel from behind the door, he says, Jibreel. I mean, how in the world you are talking about God and his angels, but yet they do not know who is behind the door? Somebody tell Allah to install security camera. Yeah, here we go. They are posting the question, the story for you. So the story simply resembles a journey of a person going and walking in normal road. There's no heaven, there's no sky, there's no flying. It's a joke. So he went to the tree, and then from the tree, the angel, he told him, I cannot walk no more here. That's it. This is my limit. So Muhammad, he went in, and we do not know really what happened. It says that God gave him an order to pray 50 times, but God never spoke to him. And he never heard the voice of God. How he gave it to him, we do not know. Maybe he put him a tray in front of his way, and the tray, it says there is 50 prayer. And then he went outside, and then he found Musa, and Musa says to him, Habibi Muhammad, 50 prayer, Muhammad, 50 prayer. You see, Muhammad here, he played the dumb, the stupid, the naive one. Musa's, he played the Jewish guy who worked in a bank, and he knew how to calculate numbers. So Muhammad, he went to Allah. Allah, he gave him 50 prayer. We do not know how he gave it to him. He went outside. Musa is waiting. Musa is a Jew. Hey, Habibi Muhammad, what's up, Habibi? What's up? Muhammad, hey, Allah, he gave me 50 prayer. And Musa's like, he's a Jew, he's smart. Oh, Habibi Muhammad, are you crazy, Muhammad? 50 prayer? You cannot pray 50 prayer. Go back to Allah, Habibi. Go back to Allah and tell him you cannot do that. Muhammad right away, he went to Allah. You see how convincing Musa is? You see how easy to convince? I mean, if God gave me 50 prayer, is that a grocery store? Is that a grocery store to go back to God and bargain with him to make it less? Who is Allah? Are we talking about God, or we are talking about a guy who works in a McDonald's? To go back and ask him to put less ketchup. So Moses asked him to go back, and Muhammad, he went back, and Allah, he made them 45, 40, 35. Each time Muhammad, he go out, Moses, he tell him, Habibi Muhammad, your people cannot do it, Muhammad. The whole story is stupid, because don't Allah, he knew? And why Muhammad is being the dump? Why Muhammad himself voluntarily don't say to Allah, Allah, we cannot do that? And why Allah don't understand that he cannot do that? Well, the whole story is stupid, it's funny, it's dummy, you name it, whatever you want. And to make it more funny, the Quran say that Allah, he gave the Muslims 3 prayer in the Quran. 3. So why Allah gave them in the Quran 3 if he is going to make it 5 and 50 and then 5? So the whole story is nothing but a collection of a fairy tale stories, and as always, there is no witnesses. Who is the one who saw the flying donkey with the wings coming to Muhammad? No one, not even his wife. And the most funny part of the story is when Muhammad, he went to the mosque in Jerusalem, and guess who was waiting for him? Anyone knows? We don't care if it's a dream or not. This is not the story. The Muslim believe it's true. Who was waiting for him in Jerusalem? Anyone knows? When Moses he went there, when Muhammad he went there, Jesus. Jesus was in the reception. And not only Jesus alone. There was 124,000 prophets waiting for Muhammad in Jerusalem, and each one of them he have a flying donkey. Now imagine Trump, he come to town. Trump, he come to town and he have with him 124,000 donkeys. I mean, seriously. How come there's no historian report that there's 120,000 something? The whole Jerusalem at that time is not even 10,000 people. 120,000 people, they are coming to a place with their donkeys and nobody noticed, and no historian wrote it about it. And the Roman did not see it. Because remember, Muhammad, when he did, that was in the time of the Roman. The Roman, they were occupying that area. And to make the story more funny, Muhammad, when he arrived there, he tied up his donkey to the wall. Hold on. Why he is tying up the donkey to the wall? The donkey of Allah, which Allah, he sent him from seven heaven. He's going to run away? The donkey, he came by himself from the seven heaven to your door. And now you are tying him up to the wall? And then when Muhammad he entered the mosque, the Messiah, Muhammad he said the Messiah, he said to Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad, you pray in the front of us. You lead us in the prayer. Muhammad he said, it's okay, Jesus, it's okay, you do it. Jesus said, no way, no way. No way. When you are here, we pray behind you. No way. Like, what the heck? You see how important Muhammad, even Jesus, he pray behind him. The whole story is stupid. And as always, not even one single person witnessed anything of this story. Not even one. Muhammad, he went to the seventh heaven and he came back, and his wife did not feel that he even appeared next to her bed. And to make the story more stupid, the angel to go up to heaven, he need 1,000 years. How much? He need 1,000 years. Question, Muslims. If the angels, they need 1,000 years to go up to heaven, that means they need 2,000 years round the trip. How the angel Jibreel and Muhammad, because remember, Jibreel, he was accompanying Muhammad, how they were able to do it in a few hours? Any Muslim can answer? Let me repeat the question again. Muhammad, he claimed that he went to the seventh heaven overnight, right? Overnight, that's mean maximum 8 hours before the sunrise again. He was in his bed again. In the Quran, it says that the angels of God, in chapter 32, verse number 5, in order to go to Allah, Just one way. They need 1,000 years, which is equal to 1 day of Allah time. If you read the story of Muhammad going to the seventh heaven, who is the angel was accompanying him? Anyone remember? Who was the angel was accompanying Muhammad? Jibreel. As long as the angels, they need 1,000 years to go up to heaven. This means Jibreel, he need 1,000 years to go up to heaven. How Muhammad and Jibreel, they were able to go there and come back in 8 hours? If the Quran confirmed that you need 1,000 years to go up one way, which means 2,000 years round the trip. So again, the story does not hold together. It's a stupid story, fabricated, funny, dummy. It doesn't even fit for children. That is Islam. In the same time, if we go and check any story about Jesus, you will see that all the stories about Jesus which present miracles happen in front of thousands of witnesses. None of the stories of Muhammad have even one witness, not even his wife. Not even the wife. At least one witness. You see, the Muslim, they say to you, if you want to prove something, bring your proof. Bring what? Bring your proof. All right. For me as a Christian, I can jump that. Why? Because the Quran confirmed that Jesus did miracles. So I do not need to prove it to you. So how come the Muslims accept Muhammad to be a prophet with no proof? How come? And the funny, the Quran, the book of the devil, is the one who came with the logic of bringing proof. If you go to chapter 2, verse number 111, it says, they said only Christian and Jews they enter heaven. Who said that? Supposedly the Christian and the Jews. Allah answered, say, this is your wish. Bring your proof if you are truthful. Bring what? Bring your proof if you are truthful. How come Allah, he asked for a proof from us, but Muslims don't ask a proof from Muhammad? No, we don't ban anyone, you know, but this guy, you know, he keep lying. I lost my patience with him. Do you remember what happened? You know, we showed him the evidence, we showed him the reference, and still he want to say it's a week. I'm done. But because he feels so stupid about himself, you know, they said clearly that the one who said that is a stupid, and then we showed them, we got them busted, and then they try to get away with it, and we are done. I'm not going to play games here. I don't have time for kids. And the funny, the Quran says to the Christians in that verse, bring your proof that you Christian and Jews, you will go to heaven. But is it Quran chapter 2 verse number 62 says Jews and Christians and Sabians, they will go to heaven? Like what the heck? In chapter 2 verse 62, Allah himself is saying the Christians and the Jews and the Sabians, they will go to heaven. Then how in chapter 2 verse 111 he says, if you are claiming you will go to heaven, bring your proof? And yes, Sabians are pagans, the same as Muslims. Actually, Islam is born of the Sabians. You know, like the book I'm working in is you know, will explain many things about, you know, Muslims took from the Sabians. Most of the things Muslims they have today is a Sabians belief, including ablution, the way they pray, everything, Ramadan, you name it. Do we have any Muslim here? No Muslim. Oh boy. The Sabians is mentioned in chapter 2 verse number 62. Actually, they are mentioned in more than one place. But the Quran, the funny thing is, actually, one of the proof that Islam is a false religion is considering the Sabians are believers in the same God the Christians believe in and Islam believe in. And this is why he promised them they will go to heaven. But if you go and search about the Sabians don't believe in the God of Abraham. You see, the Muslims, because of their ignorance, does the Quran or Hadith ever bother to say why people wanted to kill Jesus? Yeah, this is a good question. Why they want to kill him, right? They don't. The Quran doesn't say anything about Jesus actually. You know, the Quran have a chapter talking about the ant and Sulaiman and there's a flying carpet and etc. But when it's come to Jesus, he have like flew, especially about the crucifixion. Not even 10 words. That's it. It's over. The story is over. The Quran, considering the Sabians believers, is a clear proof that the Quran is a false book. Because the Sabians, they don't really believe in the God of Abraham. But just to show you the ignorance of Muhammad, how many times you heard the Muslims saying that Abraham, he was Hanif and we are Hanif? Anyone heard this before? Hanif? Hanif? Okay, anyone knows what Hanif means? The stupid Muslim, they think that Hanif means that they believe one God, oneness of God. The fact Hanif mean kafir. It means pagan. The word Hanif in the Aramaic language, it's mean pagan. And the Muslim, they think Abraham, he was a kafir, but in the wrong way. They think he is Hanif, mean he is believing in Allah. But this is true. That is a kafir. That is a paganism. But Ibrahim in a certain time, he was really a pagan. He wasn't from a pagan family. The society around him, they are pagan. Actually, do you know what Ibrahim mean? Anyone knows what Ibrahim mean? It is coming from the word Abraham or Ibrahim, which means the one who crossed to the other side. What does that mean? All the other side, they believe in the wrong God, and he is the one who chose to take the wrong highway. You know what I mean? The wrong direction. So he is from the other side. This is what Ibrahim means. He is from the other direction. He is from the other side of the river, or the other side of the sea. So Ibrahim, he got his name because he crossed the line and he don't want to associate with the one who worship the pagan who are called Hanif. The Muslim, they took the word Hanif because Abraham in certain time he was Hanif. And they believe that to be Hanif, it means to believe in Allah. That's good. But this is a proof, is again, Islam to be false religion. Because the word Hanif means kafir. The word Hanif means literally pagan. Yeah, the one who crossed to the other side, the one who, not necessarily a river, but the one who crossed to the other side, which means all the world in one side and he is in the other side. You know what I mean? He isolated himself from the all other cults. He decided to follow the true God. So he crossed to the other side. The other side, there's nobody there except him. And the all in the whole world is on the other side. That is not an Assyrian literally. This is an old Aramaic language. Yes, you can say so. Because remember, the Sabians, they are speaking the old ancient Aramaic. Aramaic have stages, you know, not one language really. So yes, this is from the old Aramaic. Even when we talk about, just to show you the ignorance of Muslims, what is the name of the father of Abraham? Anyone knows according to the Quran? Not according to the Bible. The name is Azar. If you go right now to the translation of Muslim for chapter 6, verse number 74, you will find all Muslims Azar, Azar, A-Z-R. You will find all the Muslims, they don't translate the word, they write it as it is. Do you know why? Because they think that this is the name of the father of Abraham. But the fact the word does not mean, is not a name. But because the Muslims, they have no idea what this is. This is an Aramaic word. So Abraham, he said to his father, وَإِذْ قَالَ إِبْرَاهِيمُ لِأَبِيهِ آزَرَ. He said to him, foolish, are you أَتَتَّخِذُ أَصْنَامًا, are you going to worship idols? So the stupid Muslims, because they do not know what Azar mean, they thought that this is the name of his father. And this is telling you that the Muslims are copy paste. They are copying someone else's book. Otherwise, why Muhammad did not tell them that this is not a name? You know what I mean? Why the Muslims are confused until now, to the point they think that this is a name. Go and read any translation you want. You will find not even one of them translating the word Azar as a foolish. But they put the word as it is because they think that this is the name of the father of Abraham. But Abraham father is not that name. You know, the Bible have given, if the Bible has given us the correct name of it. Islam is nothing but a counterfeit religion. Some from the Sabians, some from the Jews, some from the Christians, some from the Hindus, some from the Zerdusht, those who worship the fire, those who worship the stars. You know, when if you go to the chapter of An-Najm, the chapter of An-Najm, verse number 1. When Muhammad, he said, he was reciting the chapter of An-Najm, he said, worship the Lord of the stars. One of his cousins, supposedly, he heard that. And he said, I'm not going to worship the Lord of the stars. Muhammad, he said to him, aren't you afraid that the Lord of the stars will send you his dog to eat you? Like what? what he will send to eat me? He will send his dog. Where Muhammad he got this from? In the old regions, they believe that the Lord of the Star, he have his dogs who come to the earth and they eat the one who don't worship him, and he do it at night. And then the story continue. They say that this guy, once he went to Yemen. He went to where? To Yemen. He went in a business trip to Yemen. This guy who said, I don't want to worship the God of the stars. And then his friends, they heard a sound of a lion. Whoa. But hold on. Muhammad, he said it's a dog. They say, yes, he is a dog, but he have a voice of a lion. All right, let us go. And then this guy, he was eaten by that dog and he disappeared. Ew. See what happened to you if you don't believe in the God of the stars. I mean, shouldn't you, all of you now, be worried and convert to Islam? You wanna find yourself in the morning bones because the dog of Allah will be sent to you and he will eat you alive. You better think twice, my friends. The dog of Allah is there waiting for you. And if Allah, he decides to send him down, he will eat you alive. Here we go. The story here is coming in the translation, but not really, the translation is not really coming with a true story. But this is Ibn Abbas. Let me pause for you what Ibn Abbas he said about this verse. Let me change the color of the text. I mean, this Paltalk is really annoying. I mean, do we need to do it every time we talk in Paltalk? Can't they do it like one time deal and that's it? Do you see, guys, the story? When the prophet, he revealed the story about the Lord of the Star, Utbah ibn Abi Lahab, he heard the prophet saying that. He swear by the Lord of the Star. And he said, tell Muhammad that I believe in the installment of the Quran. When the prophet, etc., we informed this, he prayed Allah and set him on your wild beast. You see the Muslim, when they say wild beast, do you see the word wild beast? It doesn't say that. This is about the dog of Allah. Allah will send his dog, and his wild, this is the wild beast. His dog will come down and he will eat him. So the dog of Allah, and you will see here, Allah set on him a lion. Do you see it there? Do you see it? But you will notice there a name of a town. Anyone notice the name of the town? What town is that? Haran. Haran. The whole story actually is coming from Haran. Haran is where the Sabian live. This is not in Yemen. Where Abraham is coming from? Abraham, he lived in a city close to Haran. And that is in Iraq. in the Sabian land. Haran actually is the capital of the Sabians in certain time. So Allah, he sent his dog and he ate his dog, which is a lion, or have a voice of a lion. He ate the guy who don't want to believe in the Lord of the stars. You can tell easy that this is nothing but a collection of legions, right? And here we need to ask ourselves, if somebody he says, I don't want to believe in the Lord of the stars, who is the Lord of the stars? Who is that Lord people they worship? What Lord of the star? And why Allah he swear by the star? And he swear by where the sun, not only by the stars, he swear where the stars set. The stars set where? The Sabians are people who believe in stars as gods. You see, the Sabians, they have ranks for their gods. They have God number one, they have the creator, they have the troublemaker. There's many gods, one of them is troublemakers. So they have four like, there's more actually, but the most important ranks is 4 ranks. And the Sabians, they believe that the story of Noah have different story. Like, we believe in the story of Noah. For them, they have different story. They believe that there's a new creation. Their God, they create a new creation after the flood. Now, obviously, the whole world believe in the flood of Noah because it happened. You see, I watch videos about the Chinese history and the Chinese language. And you believe it or not, it's mentioned even in the Chinese language that in a certain time there was a flood covered the whole earth. So the old history of a human being report and remember a huge flood which destroyed everything. So the Sabians, they have their own stories about this flood. And obviously Muhammad is copying from them many of his stories. Now, do we have any Muslim here who don't agree with us? Any Muslim don't agree? Feel free if you don't agree, by the way. I mean, we encourage you not to agree. I encourage Muslims not to agree, because when they don't agree, they force us to provide more reference and to show more evidence from their books. And that will be for the benefit of us and for the benefit of them, and everybody will learn. So feel free to say, I don't believe in this. Any Muslim, he want to say to me, I don't believe in this? Reference and more evidence. As I said, we encourage you. We never, and we will never say one word unless we can prove it. As simple as that. There's no need for us to say something is not real, and we cannot find a proof of it, because that will be very embarrassing. Not to be truthful. A Muslim right now, he might put his hand up and he say, you know what, I challenge you, show me where it says that Allah he have a dog. It is possible, right? It's possible. And then if we could not show him, that means we are making things up. So who is a Muslim here when I put his hand up and ask me to show him? Any Abdul? And you know, the question is, how Muslim they believe in such a garbage? I mean, how Muhammad he told them that having a dog is a sin, is a big sin in Islam, and yet Allah Himself He have a dog. You know what I mean? If God Himself He have a dog, and why Allah have a dog? I mean, give me a reason. If someone he say, I don't believe in Allah, how come Allah He send His dog to eat that person? He don't send His dog to eat me. Can you Muslims ask yourself the question? Do you know how many billions in this earth exist today and they don't believe in Allah? Why Allah don't say, I want to go to send you my dogs to eat you? Why only this guy, Allah He sent the dog to eat him? And how Muhammad knew that Allah will send His dog to eat the guy who said, I don't want to believe in the Lord of the stars? Can you Abdul? The God who have a dog, and his dog have a voice of a lion, and this dog who have a voice of a lion, Allah He send him to eat people who don't believe in Him. It must be a true story. Right? Am I here, guys? And I hope that Allah don't have a black dog. That will make it more horrible news for Muhammad and for the Muslims. That will be very embarrassing. Allah Himself He have a black dog. Any Muslim? So you talk to a Muslim, he is worried about stupid questions he have about the Bible. Paul and John, and who is John? But they are not worried about the garbage and the legends and the fairy tale stories in their book. Suddenly, all those stupid stories in their book are not a problem. Paul is the problem. A God who sent a dog. This is Tafsir al-Tabari. I'm going to post the book, the thing in Arabic. However, you can translate in Google. You dye your hair black? Well, Muhammad will be upset now because he like blonde. Guys, if you open that page I gave you, if you go down in the page, you will see where it says number 49622. Do you see it? If you open the link, you count from the number line, starting from that line, the line have numbers 496. Then you count 1, 2, 3, and then you can copy the line number 4 until the third line or the fourth line, or third line, actually third line, which means 3 lines. And you can post him in Google. عتبة بن ابن أبي لهب قال كفرت برب النجم. I became a kafir in the Lord of the star. The Prophet of Allah said to him, Aren't you afraid the dog of Allah will eat you? So he went in a trade business to Yemen. And when they were in Yemen, they went to a wedding party. And he heard the voice of a lion. And then he said to his friends, I will be eaten. Like the guy, he felt it. And then they look at him. And then suddenly, something made them all sleep. All they went in a deep sleep. And when they woke up, they could not find anything, they remember anything except his voice when he was eaten by the lion. I mean, isn't the story is amazing? Any Muslim have a comment about the dog who have a voice of a lion who eat people because they don't believe in Allah? Who is the Lord of the stars? All of this happened to this guy just because he said, I don't want to believe in the Lord of the Star. Here we go, I'm a Christian prince. I keep saying Allah is a scumbag. The guy, he just said, I don't want to believe in the Lord of the Stars. Allah, he sent him a dog to eat him. And Allah will not send a dinosaur to eat me? He should send a dinosaur, not a dog. Any Muslim? And Abdul here. So, as you see, Islam is a collection of stupid stories. And to be a Muslim, you have to be officially stupid. I mean, you cannot be a believer in such a religion unless you have a mental issue. There's no way. And Abdul. And Abdullah. No? We are dry from Abduls these days. No more Abduls. I don't know what the issue here. Something fishy. Yesterday, one of you, when I logged in, let me drink something. When I logged in, one of you was asking me, what was yesterday the story you wanted to tell us, but you did not tell? You said this is very bad. Well, I mean, what the difference between yesterday and today? Why I want to tell you today? However, the story is about the logic of women using private part of an animal to insert it in their private part. So Islam, because Islam as Muslim they claim it's a religion of everything. So the Muslims, in their books, they teach the Muslims the rules of inserting foreign objects inside their sexual private parts. I'm trying to be polite here. All right. This is the hadith I try to avoid to talk about. Yeah, there's tons of books. It's extremely sexual, but still all of it goes under religious teaching. All of it. Anything can be cucumber, can be actually the hadith I was reading is about inserting the private part of a donkey in a woman. Now, I'm not going to say how big that private part is because this is a donkey, and this is why this religion is really mad. I mean, how in the world and why in the world women she will use a donkey penis? Anyway, let us change the topic. Do we have any Abdul here? You know, imagine, guys. You see, the Muslims, they have the Muslim Sunni. They have 4 sects, right? They have 4 Muslim sects. One of them is called the sect of the Hanif, and this is one of the most popular, Hanif. And Shafi'i. You know, like those are major sect in the Sunni sect. Imagine in their books they say that if a Muslim, he married his mother or his daughter, he committed adultery by one of them. He committed adultery by one of them. However, he should not be punished. Unless he knew that this is not allowed. Now, how in the world someone, he marry his mother and he do not know that this is not allowed? How this can happen? How you marry your mother? You marry your mother by accident? And then they give more philosophy of this, and they say, if there was such a relationship by marriage, and you marry your mother, there is no punishment on you, because this will not be considered as adultery if it's a true marriage. And if you did marry your niece, or your auntie, or your auntie from your mother, or from your father side, which means the sister of your father, the sister of your mother, or the wife of your father, or the wife of your son, or your mother from breastfeeding, etc., etc., etc. So all of this, according to Malik, if you marry any of those, you will not be punished because it was marriage. And how this can happen, I have no idea. But he will be punished not by let us say the punishment I'm talking about here is like, you know, if you commit adultery in Islam, you will be stoned if you are married, right? Here the punishment will be a lot less if you do that. Like, you know, maybe they will beat you a few lashes in your bum. Maybe there is no punishment at all, but it's not really considered as really an adultery according to this scholar. If you remember in the Quran, we mentioned before in chapter 25 verse number 54, where the Quran says that Allah, he considered only relationship by marriage. And then we went to the interpretation and we find in Al-Qurtubi, he is saying that if a man, he have sex with the women and he made her pregnant, he is not forbidden from having sex with his daughter later, because according to Islam she is not his daughter. So what they're trying to explain to you here, that because Islam consider relationship by marriage, if the marriage happened, and I'm assuming here that this marriage they are talking about is a marriage of their own choice, which means marriage of their own frame. A marriage maybe happened between someone is a Muslim and someone isn't a Muslim. Someone he is maybe let us say you became a Muslim, your mother she is a Christian. Still you can because you are not really a son of a marriage. For the marriage of the Christians, the man and the women is not accepted in Islam. It's not true marriage, you know. So for them, you can have sex with your mother because she is not your mother according to Islam. And she is, if you have a daughter from this marriage, let us say you marry a Christian woman. This woman, you married her, let's say it's not a Christian, let's say Hindu. You marry from a Hindu woman. And it's not according to Allah. This is not a marriage. Or it's the same if it is a boyfriend, girlfriend, which means Islam consider you marrying to non-Muslims, as long when you marry, you did not marry under Islam, or the other person is not accepting Islam to be married to, that relationship is not considered to be marriage. So if you have a relationship through boyfriend and girlfriend, is equal to marrying someone not a Muslim but out of Islam. Let us say you are a Muslim and you decide to marry in the court. That is marriage is not valid in Islam. Therefore, if you made this woman pregnant, you can have sex with the women who you did marry in the court, and later you can have sex with your daughter from that woman when she gets pregnant. So only it's forbidden for a Muslim to have sex with someone she is legitimate from marriage. If it is not, this marriage is not legitimate. Therefore, it is no problem for the Muslim to have sex with any women, as long as he don't have, you know, a relationship of marriage according to Islam. If you read their fatwas and their etc., you will see how crazy it is. Like there's a fatwa, one of their biggest scholars says, if a man he did marry a woman, he is not allowed to marry. What does that mean? A man he married, let's say, a married woman, or his sister, or his mother, or his daughter. According to Abu Hanifa, he should not be punished. Abu Hanifa is one of the biggest sects of the Sunni. ومن تزوج امرأة لا يحل له نكاحها لم يجب عليه الحد. Because he did that, because that agreement of marriage was similar to the agreement of marriage in Islam. And this is the statement as it is in Arabic. If there's any Muslim here, you don't agree, put your hand up, we will give you the reference and we can have fun. Any Muslim? Just say I don't believe in this, you know. Just say that and I will give you the reference immediately. The book, the page, even the Muslim website. Any Muslim? There's a in the book of Muhyiddin al-Nawawi, he said, if a Muslim man he rent a woman, he rent what? He rent a woman, and the purpose is to commit adultery on her, or he did marry someone Dhatu Rahm, which means she is from his family, and he had sex with her. He did F her. Excuse my language. And he believed that she is forbidden for him. We should punish him. All right? Because he did that. And then he continued and he says, and this is how this religion crazy. But if he did F someone from his family and he owned, if you what? If he F someone from his family he owned. To make it simple for you, you sleep with the slave. The slave get a pregnant. The pregnant woman, she give you a daughter. You can sleep with the daughter. So he's saying, if you do it in this case, there is no punishment for him because this is his right hand possess. Are you getting the point? You remember the Quran says that you can have sex with your right hand possess? Go and F2 and 3 and 4 and etc. And wherever you own right hand possess. So if you have a slave daughter, she is one or the right hand possess. So you can sleep with her. See how smart this religion is? According to Abu Hanifa or Abi Hanifa, a man he marry a woman, she is forbidden for him to marry. If he knew she is forbidden or not, that will not make any difference, should not be punished for doing that. Which means if a man, he married a woman, just hold on fighting, come on. If a man, he married a woman, she is his sister. According to Abu Hanifa, there's no problem because he did not commit adultery, he didn't marry her. But the Quran says it's forbidden for you, your daughter, and your etc. and your etc. See, Islam have an outside and have an inside, the inner and the outside. The inner is where things get so ugly. And the Muslims, they follow the scholars because they can't understand really the Quran. And those 4 scholars, by their names, the 4 Islamic Sunni sect is designed. According to Abu Hanifa, if a man he have a sexual relationship with the sister of his wife, he have no guilt. Even if he knew that this is haram. Any Muslim want to answer? No, Quran is not a copycat of the Torah because the Quran is not copying really the Torah. Quran is copying mostly the legend of the Jews, not the Torah. If you go and read the Quran, you will not find really the Torah there. You will find the stories taken from the Jews about some cases from the Torah, but it's not about really the Torah. It's about like there's names from the Torah, but most of the story is coming from the legends of the Jews. It's not a copycat from the Torah. It's a copycat of the legends of the Jews. Any Abdul? Now things can go more crazy. What about having sex with your black slave? What if a Muslim man have sex with his black slave? Look what the scholars they say. There's a scholar, his name Ibn al-Qayyim al-Jawziyah, very famous, very powerful man between the Muslim Sunni, especially the terrorists. He said, the act of the people of Lut in the anus, anyone who do that should be killed. And now he continue, look, and if he do that in his black slave, according to the majority of our companions, or let us say scholars, this black slave should set free. And he will not be punished. So if you're a black slave, my friend, owned by Muslim, you better seduce your owner to F you, and then he will let you go. Any Muslim? Sure, in the anus. This guy is a man. Any Muslim? Now, all of us, we knew that the Muslims, they say that the word nakaha mean marriage, right? Correct? If the word nakaha mean marriage, then how they can explain to us that Muhammad, he said, Allah curse the one who do nukah to his hand. Any Abdul? You see, we want to follow the Muslim lie. The Muslim, they keep saying the word nakaha mean marriage. He did marry. Okay. How your prophet, he said, Allah curse the one who do nukah to his hand. Do you Muslims marry your hand? If the word nukah mean marriage, your prophet saying, Allah curse the one who do nukah to his hand. Any Muslim want to explain? Anyone? You know, I'm trying to open topics after one, but I'm hoping that a Muslim will step up and will say to me, they will get excited and will say, Christian Prince, everything you say is a lie. I challenge you to prove any. And I don't know why today, where are they? Any Abdul? Any Abdul? No Abdul today. Look like the Abdul, they are, Abdul, they are in the nightclub. Especially in the gay nightclub. Like the one who did the attack in Florida. He himself was a gay, and he used to go to the same gay club. But at the same time, he's a believer in Allah. And he want to do jihad. Any Abdul? No Muslims. All right, let's change the topic then. As known, this topic is not really interesting for many of you. Look like you guys are sleepy. What topic we should talk about then? Give me an idea. Anyone have a question? No, the Torah is not a copy from the Quran is not a copy from the Torah, my friend. Because all the stories there is wrong. To mention the word copy, that's mean at least the names even correct. The names are not correct. The history is not correct. The stories are not correct. A Muslim man, he is allowed to marry from other religion, not all religion, only from the Christians and the Jews, because simply Muhammad, what his target is, if we can take the Christian women and we put them in our houses and we are allowed to marry many women, we will have their kids. So we don't give a chance for the Christians to increase their population, and at the same time we increase our population. This is why a Muslim woman, she is not allowed to marry a Christian. If she do that, she will be killed. But a Muslim man, he's allowed to marry Christian women because the kids, the children, they will be Muslims. So the whole idea is to increase the population of the Muslims. Same time, forbid his enemies from having women so they can have more kids. As simple as that. Because Muhammad didn't have Buddhists around him. You see, Muhammad did not mention any religion is not around him. He mentioned only those who he knew. Right? He never heard of those Hindus. He did not know what Hindus mean. That's why he never mentioned, talk about them. So who's around him? There's Nasara, which is a Christian cult. There's Jewish. There's Sabians. This is what he knew. You know? Trust me, if he knew about the Hindus, he will come with something. But he never heard of them. And his God is limited to the Arabian Peninsula. Any Abdul? Actually, when the Muslims they speak about the Bible is corrupt, Muhammad said for us to go to our books. Well, how Muhammad he says to us go to our books if we don't have them? JMR, what do you think? When Muhammad he said, you have to go and follow your books, and supposedly we don't have our books, so how we can follow them? Muhammad, you have a stupid logic, right? Well, you know, actually, I agree with you. The Quran. Let me tell you what the Quran says about the corruption, what the Muslims they call corruption of the Bible. The Quran never speaks that the Bible is corrupt. The Quran believe that the corruption they are speaking about, that the Jews, when you speak to them about something in their Torah, they put their fingers in the top of it, they hide it. That's what the Quran said. So they don't change the book itself. If you remember the story where Muhammad he took an oath on the Torah, anyone remember the story? If somebody have the hadith, post it. You will see it in the story there. They claim that Muhammad, the Jews, they came to him and they said there's a woman, she committed adultery, what we should do. He told them, why you don't do the stoning to death? And they said, we don't have it. So he said, okay, bring your Torah. And one of them, he was hiding the verse where it's saying stone them to death. And that is what the Quran says in chapter 4, verse number 46. يحرفون الكلام عن مواضعه. So they corrupt by hiding the location. This is the corruption. Otherwise, the book itself is not corrupt. Muhammad never said that. This is why you see Muhammad himself, he take the Torah and he put it in the caution and he put his hand on the top of it and he swear by it. And what he said when he swore, he said, I believe in thee and the one who sent thee. Right? So the story of corruption, this is the stupidity of the Muslims. Muslims, they come with the story that the Bible is corrupt. But Muhammad himself, he never said that, and even the Quran never said that. And even when Muhammad, when he take an oath, he didn't. Not only he take an oath in the Torah, he said, "I believe in thee and the one who sent thee." And that is enough to prove that Muhammad himself, he never mentioned that the Torah, at least the Torah, was corrupt. Otherwise, if he is swearing by a book he believes it's corrupt, that means he's a corrupt prophet too, because he should not take an oath in a book is corrupt. And here we go. This is the hadith, I just found it. No, this is a hadith. There's no need for explanation. Here we go. This is the hadith. Read it. Let me post the link. Is better because there's some problem in posting. Here we go. This is the link. You can read it. So when they come to him with this issue, one of the Jews, supposedly in the story, he tried to hide the stoning to death. And then Muhammad, he showed them the verse in the Torah. And this is another story here, because if the Muslims, they say that Muhammad was an illiterate man, how he showed them the story in the Torah? Secondly, how he can show them something in the Torah, and the Torah is written in Hebrew? You know what I mean? Are you getting the point, guys? Let us say I am between the Jews right now, and the Torah is written in Hebrew, and I speak Arabic and I read Arabic, all right? But it's written in Hebrew. How am I going to show them the verse? That's impossible. So here there's many questions about those stories Muslims they come with. However, as long as Muslims believe that they are true stories, then obviously either they have to accept that Muhammad, maybe he knew that the Hebrew, he can't read Hebrew, and that's maybe a line when they say Muhammad was illiterate, and which means he knew Arabic and he knew Hebrew in the same time. However, the story here confirms something important, that Muhammad never believed that the Torah was corrupt. And actually the Quran, you see the Muslims, they have a mental issues, like a stupidity. They don't like to investigate. The Muslim, how they base their statement that Muhammad was illiterate? They say the word for you, they say the word ummi mean illiterate. The word ummi mean illiterate. And this is true. But this is coming from the Hebrew. What is the Gentile word in Hebrew for Gentile? Anyone knows? What is the Gentile? When people, they are not Jews, not believers, what they call them? No, they have goin or goin. So those goin, They are the Ummiyin, the illiterate. Illiterate about what? Illiterate about God. They know how to write, how to read. So the Muslims, because they are stupid, as the rest of the whole religion, they don't even read their books. If you go to chapter 2, verse number 78, it says, and from them, وَمِنْهُمْ أُمِّيُّونَ, and from them, ummiyun. The word ummiyun is appearing there. From them, ummiyun, who do not know the book, but little. So what the Quran is saying, that those who we call them illiterate is those who do not know the book. The book of what? The book of God. Are you getting the point? The answer is just in front of you in chapter 2, verse number 78. So the Quran is speaking about the illiterate. Illiteracy in all religion books is about illiteracy about God, not about illiteracy in the meaning of writing or reading. I do not need to be able to write and read to know God. Illiteracy here is about knowing God. If you do not know God, you are illiterate. All right. So the Bible speaks about the Goyim and Gentile, and they are illiterate about God, and Muhammad is copying from the Jews that. So he says that I am illiterate from the illiterate. Why he's illiterate? For he is not from the Jews. Are you getting the point? He is from the Gentile. He is not from the Jews. Anyone not from the Jews, he is illiterate. Even the Christians, they used to be from the Gentile. They are not from the Jews. They do not know God. They learn about God from who? From the Jews. Who is the apostle of Jesus? They are the Jews. So we learn from them about God. And in a certain time, we used to be illiterate. But the illiteracy here is not about a person who do not know how to write, how to read. Right? If you go to chapter 3, verse number 20, I don't know if somebody can pause the verses for us. Chapter 3, verse number 20, it says, those who dispute with you, say to them, I surrender my face to Allah. And from those who follow, and say to those who they are from the people of the book and the illiterate. So who are the illiterate? Do you see it? So the Quran divides people to groups. People of the book, they have a book, and whoever don't have a book, he is from the illiterate. Do you see it? It's clear, right? It's clear. But the stupid Abduls, they don't understand, because Muhammad himself is a thief. Muhammad himself, he is not the one even he is making those verses. Muhammad is copying letters who he received from false Christian cult. They are the one who created Muhammad. Muhammad is created by those people. So Muhammad, he himself, he have no idea how to explain it. He is just a person who recites for people, and he tell them what he been taught. This is why when Waraq ibn Nawfal, he passed away, you will see the hadith Muhammad saying that Muhammad tried to commit suicide many times, and the inspiration of Allah paused. Why? Because the letters used to come to Waraqah, and then Waraqah, he gave it to Muhammad. So after Waraqah, he died, Muhammad now, he have no inspiration until he solved the problem, and he was able to get what he was given to Waraqah, given to him. There's a very well-known name in the history of Muhammad's life. His name, a cult monk, his name, Al-Rahib Buhaira. Al-Rahib Buhaira was from the cult, or from a cult, and he was rejected by the Christians, and him and Waraqah, they decided to establish a new cult of them and to have a new religion. And Muhammad was the perfect match for their plan. Prestige, post the verse for us so we can see that. No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say as you are saying. No, that's not true. No. You see, actually, there's many lies people they say about the Old Testament. The Old Testament speak that even God himself, he punished the Jews many times. When the Jews are with God, he sent people to punish the Jews. Simply, he doesn't send, he unleashes protection from them, which means he takes his protection away. So those who say such a thing, they are just fabricating stories. The Jews are no different from anyone for God. The difference is, if you choose God, God give you protection. God is with you. If you choose to leave him, God, he take his hand away from you. As simple as that. And this is what the Bible teach, all of it, from the beginning to the end. I'm not backing, my friend. Post the verse that says that God created everyone to serve the Jews. Post it. Aren't you the one saying that? Why you don't post the verse where it says that God created everyone to serve the Jews? Where you got this story from? I want to learn from you. Post it for me. Are you searching Google? Take your time. Search Google. Don't think me ask any Jew. I'm asking you. You are the one who mentioned that. Are you stupid? Are you stupid kid? Whatever people they say to you, you come with it. What ask any Jew? What do you mean ask any Jew? I do not need to ask any Jew. The Jews have to go by what the Torah teach. And there is no such a thing. So either you are a liar or you are stupid. You choose one. Yeah, I'm not supposed to ask for evidence, right? So people, they can say whatever they want. The Bible is so clear. God don't take side of the Jews and never did. God takes side with those who side with him. And the Jews were punished many times by God himself. As simple as that. Anything else is fabrication. Well, I'm calling you stupid because either you are or you are a liar. Prove me wrong. You are the one who said, you are the one who accused me. I'm siding with the Jews. And you are the one who said the Jews believe Musa's teach. You said that. You said Musa said. Do you want me to show you your text? You said Musa said that God created everybody to serve the Jews. I want you to show me where Musa said. Well, show me where Musa said. No, you said Musa said. Do you want me to show your text? You want me to show your text? Let me go back. According to Musa, this is your text. Just a few lines before. And all the Jews. Now show me where Musa he said that. Huh? I want to learn from you. If I am mistaken, if I never learned this before, I will apologize from you. Show me. When you say according to Musa, you have to show me where Musa says that. Oh, I've been in the bathroom too, and I found a lot of rats. Prestige. This is all what you have for me? You've been in Israel before? Anyway, I have no time for kids. Speak serious or shut up. I've been in Israel. What a stupid. You know, I've been in China. So what? I've been in Israel. You see, the nation of Israel, suffer a lot because of their own sin. When the Jews, they are close to God, God, he support them. When they are away from God, God, he punished them. And this is the case for all of us, not only the Jews. Christians, Jews, doesn't matter. You are with God, God is with you. You are not with God, God leave you alone. You don't want God, right? Imagine, let us say you have a fire department in your town. And then the fire department, they come to your house, they say, we have a free service. Are you interested? You say no. You say, are you sure? We have to take your name if you are interested. So if there's a fire, you call us and we will be happy to help you. You say, no, I'm sure. And then one day, fire come to your house. You call the fire department. They say, we don't have contract. You said you are not interested. So when the Jews are with God, God, he protect them. When the Jews are not with God, God, he don't protect them. Which means he leave them by their own. Risk is already there. We are in the land of death. We are in the land of death. God do not need to send risk. Risk is there. Death is there. In every house, in every corner. In a second, earthquake can kill millions. In a second, a neighbor can attack his neighbor country and they can kill each other. Risk is always there. So God do not need to do anything really in order to punish you. The punishment is there. You are born to die anyway. So the Jews, they were enslaved twice, the whole nation. This is something amazing, scary. The whole nation is enslaved twice. Imagine an army come from far away and take all the American in America, all of them, and take them to far away land and enslave them there. How scary that is. Men, women, their chicken, their goats, he took everything. The Jews, they believe that they are chosen people. But the fact, the word chosen people is about what? They are chosen for, they choose God. So the word chosen one is you, when you choose God, you are chosen one. And me, when I choose God, I'm a chosen one too. So the Jews, they were chosen one because in a certain time there were nobody believed in the true God except the Jews. As simple as that. If other people, they believe in the God of Abraham, then they will be chosen one too. The chosen is not about an ethnic. It's not about a group of people. It's not about etc. It's about you choose God, and then God, he chooses you. This is why the Bible says there's no difference between Roman or Greek or Hebrew. All of us, for all of us, is one by Christ. So the chosen one is about, you know, Jesus himself, he presents himself how to be chosen. I am the door. The one who knock at the door, I open for him. So the choice to be chosen is in your hand. It's not God who is choosing you, really. Even in the word appearance sound like it's God who chooses you. But the fact you are the one who offer yourself to God, and then you will become a chosen. You are the one who say, of my Father out of heaven, and then you became a child of the Father. The Father will not enforce himself on you to make you a child of him. We don't care for what the Talmud said. The Talmud is not even a holy book, even for the Jews. Talmud is a stupid book, the same as you know, full of garbage, the same as Sahih al-Bukhari and etc. You know, but even the Jews themselves, many of them don't agree with it. So we don't need to go to the Talmud anyway. And the Talmud is full of fairy tale stories too. A lot of garbage. And if you ask the Jews, Who is the one who wrote the Talmud? They will say to you, rabbis, rabbi, etc., and rabbi, etc., and rabbi, etc. Not even one person in the Talmud is something written by a prophet. Right? So what is the value of the Talmud then? There's no value. Do we have any Abdul here? Talk of heaven? I don't understand, Steiger. What do you mean? Steiger. What talk of heaven? Anyway, we have a topic now. You know, come to your mind a horse suddenly. You know. By the way, there's some Christians. They, when you say the word Jews, they don't dare to say anything about the Jews, right? Right away they start saying God, He loved Israel, and etc. God love all mankind, and Israel is beloved if Israel is with God. As simple as that. I can show you tons of verses from the Bible speaking about how God, He did punish Israel. Many times. And so when somebody speaks that God, He loved Israel in a blind way, that is absolutely false. Our God is God of justice. And He is with you as long as you are with God. Like if you ask me today, is God is with Israel today? I would say, you know, God is patient. God is patient. But Israel today is not going in the direction of God. In Israel, they are celebrating the biggest gay festival in the world every year. And that is a very clear sin against God. How you can be a Jew and you do that? In Israel today, the Jews, who they are Jews, are very little minority actually. The rest are Jewish by names. So when people they blindly say that God, He support Israel and God, etc., this is absolutely false. God will not support Israel, will not support the Christian, will not support anyone unless you are truthful with God. If you think because you are a Christian God is with you, well, to be Christian you have to be Christian first of all to have God with you. So to be Christian because you are wearing a cross, that is a false Christianity. This is not Christianity. Jesus Himself, He said, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who do His will. So the Jews, the Christians, doesn't matter. He didn't say the Jews. He didn't say the Christians. He say, not everyone say to me, Lord, Lord. So even the Jews, if they say to Jesus, Lord, Lord, will not enter the kingdom of the Father unless they do the will of the Father. Do we agree? Do we agree on this? Jesus did not say if the Jews they say it, or actually He was speaking to the Jews. He wasn't speaking to anyone. He was speaking literally to the Jews. He said, not everyone say to me, Lord, Lord. Speaking to who? To the Jews. So even you as a Jew, if you say to Jesus, Lord, Lord, you will not enter the kingdom of Jesus unless you do the will of the Father. So if the Jews they want to be with Jesus, they have to call Jesus Lord, Lord. This is the first condition. And then they have to do the will of the Father. There's no third condition, and there's no other conditions can be taken. Two conditions. To say Jesus is Lord, and to do the will of the Father. If you miss any of them, God is not with you. You are a Jew, you are a Christian, you are a potato, you are a tomato, you are a Muslim, you are Abdul, doesn't matter. To do the Father will, God, Jesus, all his teaching is about what is the will of the Father. You know, let me teach you about the will of the Father in a very simple way. What the apostle of Jesus, they say to him when they said how we can pray, how we can pray. He said this, pray like this: our Father out of heaven. And in his prayer, you will notice Jesus mentioned something very important. That when you pray and you call the Father, the first thing you ask for is you giving your will to the Father. You say, let your will be. I glorify you in heaven, and let your will be. And give us our food. And our food here is not really the bread, is the word of God, because Jesus, he said, not by the bread people get their food, but by every word coming from the mouth of God. And the third thing you have to ask for is to ask for forgiveness, as same as you forgive to others who did something bad to you. So if you look at this little prayer, Jesus is giving you the constitution of Christianity. The constitution is you glorify the Lord, your Father, holy his name, and you agree that his will should be, which means you obey him. And to obey him, it's mean not to kill, not to rape, not to steal, not to lie, not. I do not need to count everything, right? Now, somebody might say to me, well, we commit sin. Absolutely. But you see, if you make sin as a lifestyle, then you are not following God. If you commit sin and you repent and you fight it badly, as much as you can, because God, he knew your heart. He knew what you really, what kind of offer you are trying. Do you love sin? Like today is Saturday night. Today is Saturday night, right? All of us, we can go to nightclub. Why we are here? Is that true? Why you are here? Nightclub, there is girls wearing no skirt, there is vodka, there is a drink, you go crazy, you dance, you go, you know, do whatever you want, you have sex, drugs. There's a choices. So either you make such a life is a lifestyle for you, or you are a person who decide to fight the temptation. Temptation is all over around us. We get tempted. And nothing wrong with being tempted, by the way. Because God, he made you in a certain way. And this is how he made you. But in the same time, he decided to give you strength. He decided to give you help and aid. And that aid is to believe in him and to listen to him. He did not leave you alone. So the prayer, our Father out of heaven, is the constitution of a Christianity. We submit our will to the Father. We choose that he is the one we follow. We choose that whatever he will in heaven is going to be in earth, which means we accept his authority on us. And we believe that he is our provider, not only by the bread, but by every word we live coming from his mouth. We ask for forgiveness for ourselves, the same we forgive others, which means Jesus, he don't accept people who ask for forgiveness for themselves unless they forgive to others, which means Jesus don't accept hypocrisy. You want me to forgive you? Well, forgive to others. Why I should forgive your sin, but you don't want to forgive the sin of others against you? You see the logic? A little prayer give you the whole meaning of the Bible. And here you will see how powerful the teaching of Christ. You know, if you read the Quran, chapter have 200 verses, and you read it, you get busy, you get dizzy, your nose starts bleeding, and the bleeding is from the devil, as Muhammad said, right? The nose bleeding is from the devil. But you understand nothing. But look how short the prayer Jesus he gave us, and how amazing and beautiful it is, and full of wisdom. All right, SK, good for you. Don't forget to make a review, please, after you finish the book. An honest review. Don't say it's good unless it is good. And by the way, our German copy of my book, The Deception of Allah, will be out in a few days. So if you know friends who are German, finally we were able to make it ready, and it's going to be out very soon. So tell your friends about it. Yeah. So Christianity is not the same as Islam. As an example, Muhammad, he said, the one who said the names of Allah, or he said 30 names of Allah, he will go to heaven. The one who say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim 33 times, he will go to heaven. The one who say the name of ar-Rahman 30 times, he will go to heaven. Like, what the heck? Just saying the name will go to heaven? Okay, I keep saying, I said the name more than 30 times. You know, the conditions Muhammad he put to go to heaven is obviously the conditions of a scumbag. There's nothing real there. Muhammad, when a woman she walked by, if you remember the hadith, Muhammad, he saw a woman, she is walking by. Muhammad, he got horny. He was staring at her body. Obviously, she is beautiful. And Muhammad, he got so excited. So he left his friends in front of his door, and he went to his house inside, and his wife Zainab, she was making leather, and he forced her into sex because he's horny. And then when he came back, he said, if one of you he saw a woman, he better go and do his wife. For the women, she come in the image of the devil, and she leave in the image of the devil. Do you see the difference between Jesus and Muhammad? Muhammad is not teaching his people morality. He's teaching them how to live as animals. You see a woman, don't hold yourself. She's married, she's not married, who cares? You are married, so what? Look at her, stare at her body, make yourself excited, and then when you get so excited after looking for long, get inside the door to your wife and do her. And then Muhammad, he come out and he blamed the women, for he was horny. So he said the women, she come in the image of the devil, and she live in the image of the devil. Look guys, this is the book of Sahih Muslim. This is the book of Sahih Muslim. This is the name of the chapter. Read with me the chapter name. Chapter: recommendation to the one who sees a woman and is attracted to her to go to his wife or a slave woman and have intercourse with her. Muhammad make a recommendation, guys. Do you see the recommendation? Do you see the recommendation? Muhammad making recommendation, but this recommendation based on what? Based on a life experience of the Prophet himself. He was in the front of his house, a woman she walked by, and here we go, the story in front of you. Jabir reported, Allah Messenger, he saw a woman, and so he come to his wife Zainab as she was tanning leather, and he had sexual intercourse with her. He went to his companion and he told them, you see, the Prophet, he is going to tell a story now. He told them, because the companion were out, he was sitting with them. He said, blaming the women for what he did. He said, the women advanced and retires in the shape of a devil. So when one of you sees a woman, he should come to his wife, for that will reveal what he feels in his heart. In his heart or in his testicles? What is the heart here? Is that a heart feeling? A woman walking by, she is not your wife, and you get horny? And then the Prophet make a recommendation that you can see a woman, you can stare at her, you can get horny, and then you can do your wife. Is that Jesus' teaching? If there's anything of in this is even close to Jesus, that is Muhammad. This is why when the Muslims they say Christians and Muslims they share the same God, this is absolutely a big fat lie. Not only the name is not the same name, the ethical of this God is disgusting. Muhammad here is encouraging men to look at women they are not their own, and he is blaming the women that she is the devil, not him. But the woman, she did nothing. The woman, she just walked by. You see, this woman who walked by, she is not naked. She is not dancing. She is not shaking her bum. She is just walking in the street, as you see in the story. What the story says that the Prophet, he saw a woman. If the woman she was doing something bad, it's going to say the woman she was dancing, the woman she was naked, the woman, etc. It just said the Prophet he saw a woman. What does that mean? It means that she is just a woman walking down the street. Any Muslim here? Same time, why the woman she is coming in the shape of a devil? What she did? What is her fault in this story? You know, as they say, I don't like stupid talk, with my respect to you. Ask the Muslims who is Jabir. Jabir is one of the companions of the Prophet. If you do not know who Jabir, go and buy the Yellow Pages book and search his name. Don't be silly. Are you a Muslim that see? Is the story is making you upset? Here we go. Take the mic. Well, you are sitting, you're asking me who's Jabir. Jabir is a companion of the Prophet. The story says that he is the one who heard the Prophet saying that. That's mean he was a companion of the Prophet. You're an atheist. Okay. Well, I will help you. By the way, I discovered, like atheists, that the human being originally they used to be monkeys. And the reason of that, I found that according to study I made in the Middle East, most of Arab, they like bananas. Even me. So obviously atheists are right, especially the Arab, they are originally monkey maybe. And that would make the atheist right. Do we have any Muslim here? Yeah, for sure they are right. But remember, if you are right, that will make you Christian, because right are conservative and left are the atheists. So I'm not sure what do you mean that atheists are right. Did you change your religion now? You became a Christian? Think about it. Do we have any Abdul here? You see, even the language people they use today is a Christian language. just to make it simple, it's a biblical language. Right. The one who is correct, they call him he is right. But yet, they call themselves left. You know what I mean? That's very funny. How you consider yourself right, but you are left? Think about it. I will give you a week. Like those left, they get me, they have tens of thousands protesting against Trump. And then they bring in the stage every single whore in the world to speak, like Madonna. I mean, you could not find someone to teach you better than Madonna. What is the qualification of Madonna to give you a speech? Because she have a red underwear? That chart, you can say it's a lie, and I can say to you that you must be stupid. Let me tell you how. I was thinking how all those people, they became inside my TV. And I was wondering how this happened. How would Trump, who is 6 foot tall, he appear in my TV? Sounds stupid and crazy. That is impossible. Let me tell you guys a story. There's an Orthodox priest. He called me once. He said, I want you to come next Sunday. I said, why? He said, I need you. I said, why? Do you have a Muslim for me? He said, no. I need you. Anyway, so I went there. After service, they have an atheist. They have what? An atheist, like this Abdul. This atheist, he go every Sunday, not for the service, like those Christian community, they are Middle Eastern, right? So after the service, they have tea, people they talk, So he go that for that reason. And right away, when they start drinking their tea, he come at the end of the mass. He sit and he start making fun of the Christians. So I went there and he told him he said, I don't know what to say to him. This guy, he is very rude. So you deal with it. So I sat there, I'm saying nothing, waiting for him to talk. And suddenly he said, this guy, this atheist, let's see, I'm talking to you. Listen, please, I will give you a dot until I finish my speech because you are trying to disturb what we are saying here. So this atheist, he said, you Christians are crazy. You want to convince me that Jesus, he put some mud on the eyes of someone and he make him see? What? You want to convince me that Jesus, he put some mud on the eyes of somebody and he made him see? So I was waiting, and then I said, oh, hold on. They told me when I enter, I told him what he do for a living. They told me that he's an eye doctor. So I said to him, excuse me, what do you do for a living? He said he's proud. He said, I am an eye doctor. I said, that's wonderful. But is it true that you yourself, you put mud in the front and you put sand? Actually, he said sand. He put sand on the eyes of somebody and he make him see? Is it true that you as an eye doctor, you put sand in the front of somebody's eye to make him see better? He said, huh? He said, isn't it true that you put sand in the front of the eyes of somebody to make him see better? I said, what do you mean? He said, isn't the glass is made from sand? He said, yeah. He said, how you want to tell me that you put sand in the front of the eyes of somebody to make him see better? That's crazy. He said, but I said, what do you mean? If I tell somebody 2,000 years ago that time will come and somebody will put sand in the front of your eyes and you will see better, he will laugh at me today as the same as you are laughing at us as a Christians, because he will not understand. And this is exactly what's happening to you. You accept only today that we can put sand in the front of the eyes of somebody and he will see better because it's acceptable, and you saw it and you witness it. And everybody was looking at the doctor, and the doctor, his face became like red, yellow. He is shaking. He don't know what to say. And I was like, I'm coming in a strong language. I'm not like, maybe he felt I'm going to beat him, you know. The guy, he became so quiet. He did not talk after that, and he left. And since then, he never come back to the church. He kept asked him, is this guy, is he coming again? The priest, he said, he's not coming, but he might come anytime. So look at the stupidity. He's an eye doctor, and he is making fun. How you can believe that somebody will put sand on the eyes of somebody, make him see, when he is doing that every day? Why today we accept the sand to correct our eyes? We accept that to be true because we witness it. So all what you need to do is to witness. If you were to exist in the time of Jesus and you saw it, you will believe it. But now, because you did not see it, you don't want to believe this. This is how the atheists are. They want to believe in what they witness. If 100 years ago I said to somebody, I can talk here and somebody in China can hear me, he will laugh at me. He will say, are you crazy? They will accuse me to be crazy and they will put me in the hospital. Correct? Nobody will believe that. Because that is impossible. But today is very possible. Nobody even question it. Right now, all of you are coming. Guys, everyone, if you don't mind, tell me which country you are coming from. If you like to tell. Just to show you how the world today is unbelievable. I am in USA, New Zealand. What else? Norway, Canada, India. Look at this. If I say to you 1,000 years ago that we will sit in one room and I speak everybody from around the world, from India, from Norway, from England, from France, everybody will hear me after 1 second, all of you will laugh at me and you will say this guy is crazy. Right? That's impossible. This guy is stupid. He must be crazy. It can't be true. But today it's not even a question. It's true. So when something is you cannot comprehend, you reject. When something you can comprehend, you accept. So why you accept something was not be able to be comprehended 1,000 years ago, but you accept it today? Why you don't insist that this is impossible? Because you witness it. So it's not because it's possible, it's because you witness. Because truly the internet is crazy. The internet is like a miracle. The internet is a revolution for mankind. Today we have a 3D theater. The actor will be in front of you in your house. It's crazy. If I say that a few years ago to somebody, he will laugh at me. So if you don't believe in the Messiah that he can do that, then you should not believe in anything happened to you. Because everything happening should not be believed in. If you don't believe in God unless you see God, then why you believe that there is something that's called radio? Radio is something we cannot see. Nobody can see a radio. Anyone can see radio waves? Nobody. Nobody. You see, the power of nuke. The power of nuke. If I bring you 200 grams of uranium, 200 grams, and I say to you, those 200 grams can destroy the city. What you will do? You will laugh at me. What? What are you talking about? Who in the world can imagine that a little material in weight, in size, have such a power inside? You see, you are the stupid, Abdul, because you measure the signal, you don't see it. You measure the signal by using a machine. You see how stupid you are? So if you don't have the machine, there's no proof of existence of waves. This is how stupid you are. How you measure the waves? Do you use your tail? No, you use a machine. So it's not you who feel the waves. You cannot see it. You cannot feel it. It's a machine. So you are the ignorant. No, no, no. Hold on. You see, when you say to me, I can prove the waves by the machine, that's mean you without the machine is not your proof does not exist. Right? So you waited a couple of thousand of years until the machine exist. So which means for the last 5,000 years you were like a donkey. You don't want to believe that there's waves because there's no machine. So your belief is connected to the machine, not to the existence of the waves. It is the waves exist or the machine existence make you believe it is the machine. The wave was exist long before the machine, but still you don't know it and you don't believe in it. But when the machine exists, you believe. So your existence based on the machine. Your theory, your belief is exist in the machine, not really in the truth. The truth that wave is there. And the machine was not there. As simple as that. You waited for a couple of thousand of years to find that the earth is in the space. The Bible says that the earth is hanged on nothing. Why you did not read the Bible and learn from the Bible then? Why you waited for 5,000 years so somebody just 100 years ago will go and say to you the earth is hanged on nothing? It's in the space. The Bible says that. But you don't believe in the Bible, you make fun of it. When the scientific fact is there. The first book ever in the history of mankind who said that earth is hanged on nothing is the Bible. You waited for NASA to be created. You waited a couple of thousand of years to learn about space and to learn about mathematics and to learn how to make missiles and to learn how to overcome the gravity of the earth and to learn how to fly, and then you found out that the earth is hanged on in nothing. When we have a book, it says the earth is hanged on nothing. And even it's telling us the true shape of the earth. And this is why we laugh at the atheists when they say that the church, they killed a scientist, his name is Galileo, because he said the earth is not flat. Where in the Bible it says the earth is a flat, you liars? Nowhere in the Bible it says that. They will say to you the Bible says the four corners of the earth. This is about direction. The Bible itself says clearly that the earth is in the shape of a sphere. Yeah, the Quran does say the earth is a flat in many places. So atheists, guys, atheists is a story by themselves. They are funny and they are stupid. I remember once I was in a coffee shop and there was a Christian guy discussing with a bunch of atheists, and they were saying to him, go watch Discovery Channel, go watch National Geographic, blah blah blah, see the age of the earth, etc. So I was listening next to them. I could not resist the temptation of being involved. So I said, excuse me, I have a question. So you are saying to him, go and watch the National Geographic, Discovery Channel? He said, yes. I said, so you believe in those TVs? He said, yes. He said, okay, in that TV, they have a program, it's called Haunted House. He said, what? I said, in that TV, they have a program, it's called Haunted House. He said, yeah, I saw it. I said, okay, do you believe in haunted houses? You start like looking around like, huh? So do you believe in haunted houses? How you are trying to prove to him that science is coming from a TV station, it's called National Geographic or Discovery Channel, and the same TV station teaching you or giving you programs about haunted houses, because haunted houses simply is about that there is spirit and the spirit is evil. Is that correct? Right? So either you believe that there's death and there's no life after that and there's no other form of life, or you believe that there is evil spirit. Where is the science? Are you guys listening? You see the stupidity? The same channel you are learning from is the same channel is bringing you a program called Haunted House. Somebody is saying to me, you want me to give you a verse about what? The flat earth? There's many verses. Chapter 71, verse 19, you know, there's many. Just to give you an example about the Muslims' corruption and lies, as an example. The Muslim, they say to you that Allah, He speak in the Quran and He say that Allah, He made the earth in the shape of an egg. I'm sure many of you heard of that. And even Zakir Naik, the scumbag liar, he said that. Chapter 79, verse number 30, it is absolutely the opposite. وَالْأَرْضُ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ دَحَاهَا. The ha-ha mean He made it flat. The liar, they say this word mean an egg. Go and read all the translation made by Muslims, not by Christians. Not by Christian Prince. Anyway, guys, post for me, chapter 79, verse number 30. You will see it says He made it, He spread out. The ha-ha, you see when you make a dough, when you make a bread, you have a piece of wood. Your mother, she used in the kitchen. You know what I'm talking about? So you push the dough down, and that will spread the dough over. That is exactly what it's saying. So according to the Quran, Allah, He spread the earth flat. This is why the Muslims believe that they can pray in the direction of the Kaaba. Because if Allah, He knew that the Kaaba is not exist in a flat earth, then He should know that it's impossible to pray in the direction of the Kaaba. Right? How somebody live in America, he can pray in direction of the Kaaba? The only way to do it is to put your head in the toilet seat, if you can do it. And maybe you will face the Kaaba then. Because the Kaaba is on the other side of the earth. You see, right now in Saudi Arabia, what is the time there now? The time there, I think now, it is about 8 a.m. It's almost the opposite. So if you live in California, you are almost in the opposite time. There's 12 hours different. Parkalitos, your mic.
Hi everyone. Can everybody hear me? Can I get one, please? Okay, great. CP, I have a question for you about. I think I've watched a video that you posted before, talking about Allah will reveal His leg, and you made an assumption that if Allah has a leg, that means Allah also has a body, and then you went and showed a hadith. I think it's Sahih Bukhari, but I forgot which specific verse in the hadith that says that at the judgment day Allah will reveal. At the judgment day Allah will reveal His whole body, and Muhammad said that to his followers, and his followers were doubtful about his statement, and he said, how certain are you of seeing the sun? And everybody say that we can see the sun. Well, Allah is going to reveal Himself exactly the way sun is appearing to you. And my question for you is, why is that hadith not being preached in the mosques if it is coming from a reliable source, and since it can clearly show that this is a similarity between Christianity and Islam, saying that Jesus Christ would someday appear to us during the judgment day, and of course they don't want to accept that because they would say that their belief that Allah can incarnate into human flesh cannot incarnate, be a person, show up as a human being. It's just not possible for Allah to do that. And Asjan can believe that God can be human being, not being preached in the mosques. Thank you.
You know, in the mosque, the Muslim, they concentrate in stupid things to scare the Muslims from thinking. You see, Islam propaganda is based on, let me scare you so you don't think. So look what Muhammad, he said to the Muslims. The Prophet said, anyone who put his head up before the Imam, he finished the prayer, Allah will make his head a head of a donkey. All right? Now, how the Muslims accept that if he just left his head before the prayer is over, God will make his face and his head a head of a donkey? Simply because this person, he don't have questions. His brain is gone. You don't have to be like, think about it. Why in the world nobody asked him, why God want to make my head as a head of a donkey if I do that? Why this would happen? Imagine we are praying behind a priest. Let's imagine we pray like Muslims, and we rose our head before the priest, he rose his head. Why God in the world, why he will make my head a head of a donkey? So you need to ask yourself, why Muhammad he said that? I believe strongly Muhammad, he knew that this is a lie. But he knew at the same time that those savage Arab, they are not educated, they are stupid. And this is the only way to make them follow me blindly, is to scare them. So a Muslim now is not busy about thinking how God he looked like, he is busy thinking about he should not leave his head up. And now he have different teaching. If I go to the bathroom, if I don't say the prayer, Shaitan, he will play with my anus. And if a woman, she open her legs and she is wearing a skirt and she is not a good believer, Shaitan, he will go between her legs and he will play with her vagina. And he might even eat it. And the man, he will be worried if he sleep in his bed, Shaitan will excuse my language, he will if him. This is what Muhammad he occupied their brain with. So they will not have time to think of the stupidity Muhammad is coming with. Shaitan, he piss in your ears. Shaitan, he sleep in your nose. Shaitan, he play with your anus. Shaitan, he if your wife. Shaitan, he enjoy your boogers if you throw them in the mosque. But if you throw them in the street, he don't like them. Shaitan, he try to disturb you when you are praying. So he come in your back like there's a Shaitan. His name is Zinkhim. His name is what? Zinkhim. This Shaitan, his specialty is to do what? Is to come from your back He do this. Back what? What do you mean by back? Muhammad told them that when you are praying, there's a shaitan, he have a certain name. He come from your back and he blew in your anus to make you believe that he or you did fart. So now the Muslim is praying, he is worried about his head, he will be the head of a donkey if he lift it up. He is worried about his anus, that shaitan he will blow in his anus. He is worried about the shaitan, he will sleep in his nose. He is worried about shaitan, he will piss in his ears. He's worried about shaitan will have sex with his belly bum. He is insecure. You know what I mean? He made him feel he is insecure. He is under threat. Shaitan is everywhere. Shaitan is in his hole. Shaitan in his vagina. Shaitan in his ears. Shaitan in his belly bum. Shaitan is going to F him if he sleep in his belly. Shaitan if he is going to F him if he sleep in his side. So what I can do? Even if you want to have sex with your wife, you have to say a prayer to Allah. So Allah will protect your penis and the vagina of the women. If you think about it, Muhammad is being so smart. He knew that those people are stupid, savage. So let me keep them busy with stupid stories, and they want to think about how I became a prophet. They want to think about God and how God appeared and how come we refuse Jesus. They are worried right now about their anus. They have more dangerous stuff. They have homeland security issue. Every Muslim is worried about what will happen to his wife when she's sleeping alone. Imagine, guys, a woman, she called TV station. She called, and obviously she's a whore. I have to say it. Obviously, she's trying to make fun of them. She's a Muslim, speaking Arabic. Assalamu alaikum. The guys, they stop. Their ears is wide open. The two scholars in the TV, and like they are listening. Wa alaikum assalam, sister. Yes, what is your question? Okay. I am so beautiful, and I have so beautiful body. And my sister told me that when I take off my clothes in front of the fish tank, the fish, they start shaking. The scholar, he said, A'udhu billah, sister. A'udhu billah. Look like, sister, that those fish, they have a genie. And when they see your beautiful, pure body, and you should see, guys, when she is saying, you know, she's trying to make them horny. The guy, he grabbed the water and he drank all of it. He's sweating. He said, sister, look like those fish, they have a genie inside them. So when they see you naked, they are looking at your pure body. Don't you have different room to change? She said, I don't have different room. He said, okay, what about you put a blanket in the fish tank? The genie are masturbating when they see the Muslim women taking off her clothes. This is Islam. They are busy, like imagine a phone call, someone making, I don't know where she's calling from, and millions of people, they are listening. And this is, yeah, you know, if there's tons of videos. A woman, she is calling about a genie, is having sex with her. A guy is calling, he opened the door, he found his wife, she is touching herself. The scholar, he says to him that this is a genie having sex with your wife, you have to read more Quran, my friend. Because Muhammad himself was infected by a genie. He was possessed by the devil. That's what they say. There's a prayer you have to say when you see a snake. If the snake is a black, the prayer is different. If you see a cat is black, the story is different. If you see a dog, like Muhammad, he said, kill the dogs. And he insists that the black dog is a devil. They ask him, why the black dog is a devil? See, the Muslim now trying to be smart. He said, what about the white and the yellow? This guy is a smart ass. So Muhammad, he said, the black dog is the devil. So now the Muslim, in his head, he have a lot of trash, a lot of garbage. Black dog is the enemy of Allah. Black snake is the enemy of Allah. Black bird is the enemy of Allah. Unbelievable. A black insect, a lizard. Muhammad, he ordered them that they should attack the lizard. If you kill a lizard, Allah will give you the blessing of 100 killing. The lizard is an enemy for Allah. So now the Muslim, he have a lot of jihad to do. He want to kill the Christians. He want to fight America. He want to fight the Hindus. He want to fight the Buddhists. He want to fight the gays. He want to fight the atheists. He want the conspiracy of everybody is an enemy to keep him busy. Everybody hate you. Even the lizard is your enemy. You have to do jihad against lizard. So you are asking me why the Muslims don't see that? How they can see anything? Muhammad, he knew exactly what he's doing. He kept them busy with the stupidity. Every Muslim believe that the Christians, they have one target in life, is to kill to destroy Islam. When the Christians, those Christians, 99% of them, they have no idea what Islam is about, and they never spoke about Muslims in their churches ever. And not only this, all of us, we know, you can go to any church right now, you will see the Christian, they pray for everybody around the earth. They are Muslims, Hindu, Buddha, doesn't matter. But this is what they told them in the mosque. Those are the enemy of Allah, and they wish you the worst. That's what Islam teach. So a Muslim person, you are asking him to think, but he don't have any more space to think. In chapter 2, verse 105, look what the Quran is teaching them. That the Christians and the kuffar, they wish you every evil to come to you, but not good. This is the teaching of Muhammad. The Muslims, they believe in the conspiracy that everybody, he hate them. And actually, because they believe in this, people just start hating them. You see, if you live with your neighbors and you love them, your neighbor will love you. It doesn't matter really if he is a Hindu or a Buddha or a Christian. You are good to people, people will be good to you. But because in their heart they have a lot of hate, and people, they are learning more and more about this cult, this disgusting cult, which teaching nothing but hate. Muslims, they will suffer. They will suffer, and they are suffering. If you go right now to Syria, today I was watching the news. Tens of thousands of Muslims, they are protesting in the street in Syria. Against who? Anyone knows? Against who? Guess what? Against who? Anyone knows? Against Al-Qaeda. Like what? No, Al-Qaeda. But they supported Al-Qaeda for the last 6 years. They went in the street thousands of times, thanking Al-Qaeda, Allahu Akbar, we support Al-Qaeda, Allahu Akbar. And now suddenly, Al-Qaeda are bad. What happened? Seriously, what happened? Muslims living under Islam, they hate Islam. Muslims out of Islam, they worship Islam. You know, there's a huge difference between saying to you, let us watch a video about the army and join the army. Do we agree? Anyone of you serve in the army? Who serve in the army here? I remember waking up 4 a.m. in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning, and they take us down the square, and we have only short, we have no shoes, and it's minus 6, minus 7. This is the army. But people, when people watch a movie, you know, the army like sound like fun. He is wearing his uniform. You know, this is what they see of the army. But the army is not like that. Serving the army is not a joke. To be a soldier, just to be prepared to be a soldier, is like going to hell. You will be screamed at, they will call you names, they will put you in the mud. It is crazy. So Muslims are the same as someone watching a movie. There's a huge difference between watching a movie about war and being in the war. Do we agree? Do you agree on that? The guy in the war, he is risking his life. The bullet is going around him. His friend, he died just a second ago, and his coming friend, maybe he would die an hour after, and maybe he will lose his leg, and maybe he will become pieces a second more. So it's different. So a Muslim is out of Islam. He's just a Muslim by name. He defends Islam. He wants Islam. He wants Sharia Allah. Ya Allahu Akbar. But when Sharia Allah come to them, they spit at Allah and the Prophet, and they don't want it. Because they live it. There's a huge difference between, you heard that the Prophet, he cut hands, and your hands is cut off. There's a huge difference between hearing that somebody, he was beating somebody because he did not go to prayer, and they beat the hell of you because you did not go to pray. So when you start practicing the true Islam on them, they spit on Islam. They don't want it. They want the name. You see, the Muslim, they don't want really a true Islam. They want just a name. Go like Erdogan. You see Erdogan? Erdogan is from the Muslim Brotherhood. Go to Turkey. Anyone been in Turkey before? Any one of you been in Turkey? If you go to Turkey, the Turkish women, their short is not even a short, it's a bikini. I remember when I was in England, we have 2 Turkish girls, they come to our classroom. Our classroom have only 17 people. When those Turkish girls, they are in the classroom, we have 40. All the guys from the other classrooms, they come to our classroom. Because they are wearing nothing. Seriously, they are wearing nothing. Their nipples is coming out. Their short is not. It's not a short. The teacher himself is shy even to look. There's no more space. Everybody is coming to our class, and nobody is even looking at the teacher. So where is Islam in Turkey? Where is Islam in Egypt? Where is Islam even in Saudi Arabia? Where is Islam in Emirat? Where is Islam in Qatar? Where is Islam in Bahrain? Where is Islam anywhere? Nobody want to practice Islam, my friend. They want just a name. You see, the Muslims, they defend Islam because Islam became an ID for them. So when you say Islam is stupid, the Muslim, he feel like you are saying to him, well, you are stupid. So he stepped to defend. But in reality, they don't really believe in Islam. They have nothing to do with Islam. What is the countries who want to practice Sharia law if they are Muslims? You see, Islam is not the same as a Christianity. Islam is religion and government. So Islam does not exist if there is no government. As simple as that. Islam does not exist unless they practice Sharia law. If the government is not practicing that, it means the country is not a Muslim country. This is why ISIS, they consider Egypt a kuffar, and Morocco, and Tunisia, and Libya, and Syria, and Jordan, and etc., because they are not practicing Sharia law. Now, if those are Muslim countries, you give me a reason why they don't want Sharia law. Why do they want it? Who is forcing them not to have it? Go to Emirat. The Prince of Emirat, who donate hundreds of millions of dollars every year to spread Islam. He have a bar in every corner. They have even a bar for gays. What is Islam? So there's Muslims who they are Muslim by name, and those people they have nothing to do really with Islam. And there is Islam. The true Islam is someone he practiced really Islam as it is. If you see a woman, she have no hair in her face, it means she is not a true Muslim woman. Because the Prophet, he cursed the woman, she block hair from her face. If you see a woman, she have her eyebrows is thin because she is doing some makeup for them, it means she don't care for Muhammad and she don't care for Allah, because the Prophet, he forbid that. If you see a Muslim woman, she is adding attachment to her hair like a wig, she is disobeying Allah. So if you look at the Muslim life, you will they will find that everything they do is disobeying Allah, because wearing jeans is haram, makeup is haram. Muhammad, he said the woman she put a perfume, she's a whore. I never saw a Muslim woman, not only she have perfume, she shower herself with perfume. I used to have a neighbor, when she come in the elevator, I don't get in. You know, I have allergy, all of you know, right? So when she get in the elevator, I wait. And I wait, not only I wait until she leave, I wait for some time, because the smell will be so crazy inside the elevator. Like I walk around again, like I'm not lucky today. She's here with me. She want to go in the elevator. So I can't go inside the elevator with her, because the smell will kill me. And the smell will stay even after she leave the elevator. But Muhammad, he said, the woman who put a perfume, she is a whore. Now for sure the Muslim, they will say to you, well, he meant if a woman, she is putting a perfume so people they can smell her. Well, you know what? Why people they put perfume anyway? I mean, that's crazy. So if she put a perfume so people they will smell it, she's a whore. What does that have to do with this? What's wrong with you smell good? Like, do I have to smell like shit so I would be a good guy, like your Prophet? This is why when we try to talk with Muslims, we don't match in the conversation, because they are coming from different galaxy. They are not from this earth. They are from other world. You know, they have their own fantasy. Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, flying carpet, you know, genie in the bottle, genie having sex with the fish is marrying the genie, all kind of stories. Do we have any Abdul? Like, imagine, guys, a guy, he called TV station and he said, I work in a night shift in a company, and in the day shift, they have a girl who sits in my computer. So is it halal to use the same keyboard she used? Like what? Hello, hello? Is it halal to use the same keyboard? You know, think about it. What is their brain? I assure you that the guy is scoring. He watched porn more than Quran. And now he want to show the whole world that he is a very good guy. To the point he is worried that he will touch a keyboard, which a woman, few hours ago, she touched it. Can I touch it too? You see how good he is? You see how biased this believer, how righteous he is? He is worried about hitting enter in the keyboard, because a woman before him, she hit enter there. Can I hit F1 or F2? This is Islam. Or guys, another guy, he is sent, maybe I can find you the fatwa. Hold on, I will search for it. A guy, he sent a question to a big, very well-known scholar, asking him, can I steal electricity so I can do wudu, which means ablution. Like what? What? And look what the answer is. The answer is Alhamdulillah, walhamdulillah, wa la sawla wa la quwwata illa billah, Allahumma salli, blah, 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 blah. You know the whole story. They say 10,000 words before they say the one word. Praising Muhammad. And he said, my brother, stealing is haram. However, if stealing is happening for the purpose of ablution, it's okay. Like what? If I steal electricity to do ablution, the guy is excused, he want to heat water so he can clean himself for the ablution. It's cold. And the guy said to him, steal haram, but as long as you are doing it for ablution, it's okay. Let me see if I can find it in Arabic. And then you can use Google. Oh boy. I forgot to tell you. Now, why this guy, he said it's okay to steal electricity? Why it's okay? Because Muhammad, he said that al-ma'u wal-kala wan-nar is for free, which means water and the food, which is from like for your sheep and your goats and etc. and food, and the fire, it's for free. But Muhammad is saying that because he's a thief. He don't pay for anything. So the Muslims today, they say, well, the Prophet, he said, we should not pay for any of those. And based on this is not a theft. Muhammad, he said, 3 things cannot be denied to anyone: water, food, and fire. Okay, electricity is fire, so we can steal it. Water is water, we can steal it. Nobody should charge me for water. So the Muslims in the Middle East, they are very well known that they steal always electricity and water, and they don't pay. Because their Prophet, he said, nobody should charge for this. All right. Anyway. Do we have any Muslim here? You don't agree? Por acreditación.
Hear me? Can everybody hear me, please? Okay, cool. CP, I just want to know what's your opinion on Trump's latest policy about banning people from 7 Islamic countries into the United States from entering, and how come he's not banning anybody from Saudi Arabia while he's banning from Iran, Iraq, and Syria, and all of these other countries. Thanks. Your mic.
My friend, Trump, he did not do anything yet. The whole order you see, the 7 countries, this is the same order Obama he did before him. But just because this, those guys, they hate him, whatever he do, those liberals, they are driven by George Soros, and he is the one in control, so you will see that there's strikes and protests around him against the war in the whole world. Like, what people who they live in France or live in England have to do with Trump? So this has nothing to do really with what's happening. This is about that they are so desperate to make him intimidated. They know they cannot take him off no more. He's the president now. So the plan is we will keep opposing him until he bow down. So we will see if he is strong enough to fight them, or he is going to bow down for them. However, he did not really ban anything. Like, this is not even exist. But if you want to make a story of nothing, you can make a story of nothing. However, the real Trump is going to appear in 6 months from now. Right now, what we see is just Trump looking around, trying to figure out things around him, trying to organize things. He became a president just 10 days ago. So whoever judging him, he is not being truthful. The guy did not do anything yet, and we will see. We ourselves, we don't know. We will see. People, they make speeches, say good things, but then they might turn bad. We will see if Trump is truthful or not. Until now, he sounds like he is truthful. So we pray that he will be a good guy and he will do good. Now, let me tell you something. When the whole world is against you, it means you are doing right. If they agree with you, in the corrupt world of today, if they agree with you, it means you are wrong. The world today is the world of being a gay is fine, being a lesbian is fine, to have sex in the street is okay, to have sex with children is fine, to smoke marijuana is good, to have cocaine is your right. This is the world today, but this is the world of corruption, which means the majority, they are false people. So even if the majority is against him, does not mean he's a bad person. That is a good sign, actually. If you are a whore, and you decide to work, and you are a person who spent his life studying, which one is going to make more money? The whore. Go to LA and start working in acting, in porn. A long time ago, I was looking for a job, and I was looking at the newspaper. It says adult job, $1,000 a day. Like $1,000 a day. Me, as a naive Arab, I have no idea what does that mean. Adult job. I'm an adult. $1,000 a day. Let me call them. I was happy. Like, what the heck? $1,000 a day? Are you serious? I was like making what? How many dollars? I think like $7 an hour. I was like, there's a huge difference between $7 and $1,000 a day. Like, they want an adult. I am an adult. In my head, I took it as okay, and I was going to school to learn English, etc. Adult job, it must be, you have to be over 18 maybe, or 21. Well, I am over. So, my friend, you choose what you want to be. If you ask yourself which one is the correct job for you, the logic of money will say that the adult job. Like, are you crazy to take a job? They pay you. You work like a donkey, and then they pay you $7, or a job where you would get $1,000. I mean, think about it. So it is depending on what kind of logic you decide to take for your life. Both are logic. Both are logic. It's logical to choose the higher paid job. Actually, this is the correct logic. But if you have a value, then the logic of the value will take over, not the logic of making more money. So everybody in this earth, in this life, he has his own logic. Then based on the logic, you act. Let us hear what Coach want to say to us. You're my coach. Are you there, Mr. Coach? Do you hear me? Okay, put your hand down there. No problem. Yeah, and they are trying to make you a bad person if you are a Christian. Like now, Trump, he hires somebody. He's a Christian judge for the Supreme Court. They are going crazy against him. If they get them someone he is a homo, they will love him. So who cares? We are lucky that, you see, the most important thing actually for me, it was the Supreme Court. Because if they took over the Supreme Court, they will start forcing things on us. They have control of the government. President, he come and go. But Supreme Court, they stay there for life. Right? So everybody have his own logic, and based on the logic, people, they live. You know, today is Saturday night. The logic of many is going party is the most important thing you can do in the whole week. We live for it. We work the whole week, so now tonight we go and get it drunk, and we dance, and we shake it, and we go crazy, and then maybe we have sex. And we take drugs. This is the logic. Everybody have his logic. However, me myself, I support the freedom of life, which means if somebody want to go to a nightclub, let him go. Because forcing him to stay home will not make him a good person anyway. If this is what he likes, let him go. It's better to, you see, oppressing people will not make people better. Oppression is bad. This is why in Saudi Arabia, the crimes against family members is very high. So they oppress them. They cannot meet girls. They cannot date girls. And then you will find the guy is having, he raped his mother, or he raped his sister, or he have sex with his sister, or he became a gay, or they became lesbian. Like in Saudi Arabia, I made a video before. A doctor from the Air Force of the King Fahd, Saudi government hospital, she said 45%, according to the study they made, 45% of the people of Jeddah, they have a sexual relationship male to male with family member mostly. Imagine, 45%. So oppression will not lead for something healthy. And they have a very high percentage of lesbian. Why? A girl, she cannot go out and she cannot speak to boys, she cannot talk to men, but she's a human. And she have interest, and she have sexuality, and she feel herself. So what she will do? She's allowed to invite her friend and sleep in the same bed together. Interesting. This is what is allowed. She is welcome. She can say to her mom, can I invite my cousin? She is my age. Can she come over, sleep over? Sure. Invite her. They are teenage. And they find that there is no other solution. And then they turn to be lesbian. Everything happened for a reason. This is why homosexuality in Saudi Arabia is extremely high. And then they used to it. Yeah, you can search for it. I am the one who made the video. You can search for it, gays in Saudi Arabia. Actually, if you search for gays in Saudi Arabia, you won't believe what you will see. Thousands of videos. of Muslims wearing makeup, Muslim men wearing makeup and dancing, and Saudi men. What last video? You mean our podcast to YouTube? Our podcast on YouTube is going to Christian Prince account, not Arabian Prophet. Yeah. That will be this account. Let me give you that account. If you go to this page here, you will see the broadcast. And then you can subscribe if you are not subscribed to this page. We are not subscribed. We are not broadcasting in Arabian Prophet. That will be for the coming 2 months. This account. So oppression is not a solution. It's not. You know, the best way to know if somebody is really good or he don't want to be good is give him freedom. If you force him to pray, or you are forcing him to pray. This is why if you go to any countries, you know, around the world, you will see the Muslims, especially from Saudi Arabia. The more the country have suffering from oppression, the more the citizen they are looking for. They became sex tourists. If you go and look at any videos is made about Thailand, prostitution, prostitute, right away you will see the Saudi. There is no way you will see any video about Thailand and you will not see Saudi in the street walking with a whore. They are #1 customers. When I was in Asia, you know, because supposedly I look like an Arab, right? I'm walking in the street and they say to me, hello, Habibi, hello. Like, what the heck? They speak Arabic because their customers are Arab. The prostitute, they do not know Chinese. They do not know Japanese. But they know Arabic because their customers are Arab. Especially the Saudi. Especially in the month of Ramadan. In the month of Ramadan, every single Saudi who leaves Saudi Arabia, he is a sex tourist running away from Ramadan. Every one of them. So yeah, I support the freedom actually, but the freedom should have some kind of logic too, you know. Like sometimes freedom is stupid. Like a guy is walking in the street and his jeans is showing his underwear. That is not a freedom, you know. You have to respect others who are around you. The freedom should be protected under that's as long you are not causing problem for others, people, right? Then you are fine. So you want to do whatever you want to do in your house? That's fine. You want to be a gay? Okay, be a gay. You know, it's your choice. You want to be a lesbian? Be a lesbian. But you don't force yourself on me. You don't force such a thing in the population. You don't decide for us who is going to be a gay, who is going to be not. You want to be a gay? It's an individual freedom. But when they try to impose on us their own logic, that is no. I don't care what the liberal they think, you know. For us, we fight for our rights, and we will fight for their rights too. You see, we don't want to strip anyone from his rights, but it's not right to make right for you by stripping me from my rights. As simple as that. Like, you know, they have the right to protest. I support that. Go protest. As long as they are not burning cars and they are not hurting anyone, do it. Right? And the law should be really firm. I mean, firm, sorry. Like when somebody he burned, you know, Trump, he was saying he might make a law. If somebody burned the American flag, he go to jail. I hope after he changed some Supreme Court judges, uh, maybe somebody will die soon from the Supreme Court, and we will have another judge who is not liberal. Then he can make that law happen. Because the logic is, if somebody is burning American flag, why you live in America? Seriously. I mean, American flag is symbolic for the unity of this country. You are angry from someone, okay, be angry from someone, but you don't burn the flag. The second you burn the flag of the country you belong to, it's mean you don't want to be a citizen. You can be Al-Qaeda, you can be, this is not a freedom of speech no more. This is an act, this is an action against the state. Well, if you want to burn himself, I actually, that would be a good idea. But not to burn the flag. If you want to decide to burn himself, this is business. He's free. See, freedom should have limit, and you know, should not be an abuse for others. So somebody want to be naked. Somebody want to be naked. Okay. But if you want to be naked in the street, here you are not using your freedom to be naked because you are not alone in the street. If you are exist in a place where nobody there, you're free. Go and find a few miles away where nobody live and walk naked. You should not be arrested because he is not imposing himself, showing his nakedness to children, and etc. etc. So the freedom have to be logical, and what the liberals they are showing that they are not pro freedom. Actually, they are the opposite. The guy he won the election, and they strike and they want to take him down, but this is not what the freedom is. People voted and he won. Where is the one who supported freedom and rights and freedom of speech and his freedom of vote? People voted. Like now, I heard that people from California, they want the separation of California from the state. I don't know if any of you heard of that. Me myself, actually, I support such a thing. Actually, I wish, because if California get out, America will be conservative forever. The only reason for them to have possible to win the election ever is California. If California is out, America will be conservative land forever. Go and look at the map, all of it is red. California have 55 votes alone. Without California, they will never have democratic president for the coming 1,000 years. Take California and go. California actually facing bankruptcy because of the immigration. Those stupid liberals, they welcome everybody. And everybody come and ask for welfare. You see, I'm not racist, and I cannot be racist. Me myself, I'm an immigrant, right? So people, they come from everywhere, Arab, Mexican, you name it. Right away, they apply for welfare, free school, free education, free health, and they give them a free apartment. Who's going to pay for it? The government. Where the government will get the money? From the tax. So they put more and more and more tax, and then they find themselves zero. They have no budget. Right? Do we have any Muslim here when I come to the mic? Any Muslim? Any proud Muslim? You want to come to the mic? Nestor? Do you like to tell us something good about your religion? You see, we are here for many hours trying to find one good thing about Islam. We could not. I don't know. Maybe you can help us. Cole, the mic is yours. Go ahead. No.
Can I have a one? One, if you hear me. Yeah, CP, I think this N-Star person, he was discussing me and Knight Rider. I saw somewhere on the internet, I forget whose feed it was. Basically, they said that in Pakistan, it was like 75% of the marriages were like between first and second cousins. It was very close relation. And I asked about it in the text here because it just seemed high. You know, it seemed unbelievably high, although I'm learning unbelievable stuff about Islam all the time, stuff that I thought was unbelievable. But before I took that to be the truth, I just wanted to ask about it. And me and Knight Rider were talking about it, and I think that's what N-Star is commenting about, that arranged marriages and things like that. That was all I had. I'll get off the mic and let you respond. Thank you, sir.
Actually, this is one of the reasons that in the Middle East and in Islamic countries, they have a lot of people, they are suffering from diseases, because marriage from a family member, cousin, as an example, is extremely dangerous. And especially if this marriage is repeated, which means, like the mother, she is the cousin of the father, and the father, his father, is the cousin of the grandmother. You know what I mean? According to science, this is scientific talk now, I'm talking about religion. According to science, if you marry in such a way, you are asking for children who have disability. This is why in the Middle East they have a lot of disability, because this is unhealthy marriage. You see, it is the same DNA. It's the same as like marrying your sister. Go ahead, Cole.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. They were saying that there's a couple things. One, a lot of birth defects. Also, that something like that could actually, when it's practiced at a scale that large, it can actually limit the population of the intelligence of the population. You know, it could affect the intelligence of the population and I hadn't thought about it as far as you mentioned it, but yeah, if the mother and the father are cousins, and then yeah, and the mother, when you go up the line, the mother's parents were related to the father's parents, yeah, and the grandmothers are related, yeah, that can be, yeah, a big problem. I was doing some research here in the Quran, and I came across a tafsir. I forget who it was on the topic. I was looking at 33, 50, 51, 52, and the part where it gives Muhammad, the rights to, his cousins and, everyone on the planet, basically. But the Tafsir mentioned that that verse was given as a correction from the behavior of the Christians, because it said the Christians had to count, I think it was 8 grandfathers before they would allow a wedding, and that Allah said that was wrong, so He gave that verse, to let you know that it's okay to marry your cousin. The irony. The I guess the point here, that part about Christians having to count 8 grandfathers, I never come across it before. Now I know that just hearing just normal life in America, if we detect that somebody is a cousin that we can remember at all way down the line, we just consider them to be off limits. But I never really gave much thought as to where that came from. Do you know anything about this counting of the 8 grandfathers? And actually, how would you even do that? So it was grandfathers. When I jump off the mic, I'll try to go and look for the Tafsir, because it was like the week before last when I was looking at it. But that was what it said. It said that the verse was given as a correction, because Christians had to count 8 grandfathers between the couple, between the participants of a marriage, and that verse, I think it was 3350, was given as a correction for behaviors like that, to let you know who you could marry, and to let you know that it's okay to marry your first cousin. This sounds so funny, but it's there. So that's it. I was just wondering about the 8 grandfathers and what's with that, and how would we even count it, if anybody has ever heard of that before. Thank you.
What the Muslims confirm to us from those stories, that the Christians, they forbid such a thing, and they don't practice that. But the important is, if the Christian, they do forbid marrying cousins, why the Muslims, they consider that this is wrong, and they correct it? Your cousin is the same as your sister. She have almost 50% of your blood and your DNA. But Muhammad, remember, he is an Arab, and he's a Bedouin, and he's a pagan. And the pagan, they don't believe in this. If you remember before, we mentioned that a woman at that time, at the time of Muhammad, she used to have up to 10 husbands. It's called Zawaj al-Raht. Zawaj al-Raht. Not Nukah, Zawaj. Al-Raht. 10 husbands. And then when she got pregnant, she chose who is the father. So the Arab, they don't really care for such a thing. The same woman, she sleep with many men, and all of them, she might sleep with the same 2 or 3 men in the same day. It doesn't matter. This is legal. She is not a bad woman. They don't consider her a bad woman. Right? This is something clear practice, and I believe the mother of Muhammad herself, she practiced that. This is why Muhammad was born 4 years after what Muslims, they claim that Abdullah is his father. But Abdullah, he died 4 years ago. So how Muhammad can be the son of this man? All right. Nastar, I understand you are a Muslim and you have a filthy mouth, but this language is not accepted here, accepted only in Islamic homes. All right. Let me see if I can find you Zawaj al-Rahat in English. Zawaj. Maybe we can find something. Maybe. in English, maybe it's very hard. Then let us search in Arabic. For Arabic, for sure, we will find. And maybe you can take it to Google Translation. All right, let's see. Yeah, actually, I have many websites, but I'm trying to find something official. The problem when you search for the word zawaj, you get a lot of websites speaking about dating. Date a Muslim and find a wife. All right. This is Islam.web. This is the official Muslim website called Nail al-Awtar. In this page, called, I don't know if you can translate it, it shows you all kind of marriage before Islam. When we say before Islam, which means in Muhammad time. Because remember, Muhammad, he was non-Muslim until he became 40, supposedly. All right? So, like one of kind of marriage, a woman, she asked a man to sleep with her, just to make her pregnant. All right? And she asked another man to sleep with her to make him pregnant. When she got pregnant, she chose which one is the father, up to her choice. All right? And you will find that in Muta, it was one of the practice the Arab they used to do. Muta is not created by Muhammad, really. It is what the Arab used to do in the time of Muhammad, which means the Arab, it was legal for them. They have no problem with it for a woman to get paid, or even to pay a man to have to sleep with her. If you have my book, you will find that Muhammad's father himself, he was offered by the sister of Waraq ibn Nawfal. He was offered, according to the Muslims, I believe this is a exaggeration, she offered him 100 camel. For what? Just to sleep with her. All right? The Arab, they have a lot of, they are Bedouin, they have their own rules and they have their own life. However, the Arab before Muhammad, they are a lot better than after Islam. You see, the Muslim, they say to you, the Arab before Islam, they used to used to bury their daughters. But the fact, this is absolute false. The verse in the Quran speaking about if a human being, if a soul was killed, if you go to chapter 81, verse number 8, the Muslim, they say to you, this is about, if you read the translation, you will see it says that if the infant was buried, they will be asked, she will ask, in which guilt I was killed, and they make it she, but the fact this is about she, it's about the soul, the spirit. So when the soul is buried, she will ask, in which guilt I was killed, because the word in Arabic maw'uda is coming as a female word. So the Muslim, when they translate, they give false translation. They say, when the female infant buried alive is a question for what a crime she was killed. But this is absolutely a lie. The Arab, they never buried their children. Never. Otherwise, we will not have women. If the Arab, they bury their daughters, then the Arab, they will disappear, will disconnect, correct? It doesn't make sense. How I'm going to have a mother and you will have children if there's no women? The story there is when somebody, he kills somebody, and that person, that his soul, will ask, in which guilt I was killed, why I was killed. And then the scroll are laid, which means this is in the judgment day. So the one who killed those innocent one, they will be judged in the judgment day. The Muslim, they fabricate it and they say this is about killing babies, but the fact there is nothing about babies there, and the word babies is not even mentioned. Absolutely false. But as the rest of everything Muslims they come always with a false interpretation and false because Muslims are, remember, they look like nobody asked Muhammad anything about his religion when he was alive. So everything is coming like, let us guess. You see, if you go and check the interpretation Muslims they come with, you will find it's a series of guessing. Maybe this, maybe that. This is why you will find the same chapter have like 1,000 interpretation for the same verse, and they don't agree with each other. That's impossible. It's impossible to happen if Muhammad he said what this is mean. So obviously Muhammad, he was a person who do recitation if he was reciting those verses, because I believe too that there's many verses in the Quran exist today is not even said by Muhammad. There's many of them, they are added later. However, because I don't want to waste my time with Muslims debating about that, for that will not prove anything. The Quran is in front of us, and what we have is enough to prove that Islam is stupid, and this is what I want to concentrate about. But because Muhammad he never gave interpretation, the Muslims after that they start looking for interpretation, and the interpretation became very different. They differ from each other. They don't match. Do we have any Muslim? But today we don't have any Muslim here. Any Abdul? Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, that was Ibn Kathir that I was mentioning a while back. that tafsir that mentioned the 7 grandfathers between them. I'll put the link out there if anybody wants to look at it. Yeah, when you mentioned that some of those verses seemed like some of those verses would have been added. That Muhammad probably never said them, but yeah, like you said, how can you? Well, I guess it could be proven if you get into it deep enough, but there's already enough to tell us that Muhammad is a false prophet, and there's enough stuff that doesn't add up. You know, on the same set of verses, I mentioned this to you a while back here, but it was late then, which is kind of late now. I was looking at 33:51, 33:50, 51, and 52. And the first ones are like, Muhammad, open season on whatever women you want. And then I think it's 33:52 says, no more women for you. And it just didn't add up. It didn't add up. It didn't seem to be consistent with the kind of verses that you see in the Quran. Normally they give Muhammad more permission, not less. And I just wondered about it. Now I realized that the Quran is recited over time. So just because we look at a verse, we look at 3 verses in order, that doesn't mean that they were, revealed or written or what have you at the same time. It could have been several years in between them. And I think that to be one such case. Specifically, what it comes down to, the verse reads, is not lawful for you to change them for other wives after this. I believe that there was a hadith that Aisha says that verse was abrogated later on. The verse was abrogated later on. I'd have to find that hadith. But it didn't seem to be consistent with the other kind of thing. And I wonder, if this verse to marry there in parentheses, I don't know if that word is there in the Arabic at all. If it's not there, then the verse reads, it's not lawful for you women after this, nor to change them for other wives, even though their beauty attracts you. I can take that to mean it's not lawful for you women besides what's been mentioned in the first 2 verses, 50, 51, and 52. Or it can be interpreted to read, it's not lawful for you to take women after this time, as in there is a set place in history that this verse is coming to Muhammad and he can't take any more women after this. But also, it doesn't add up, this second clause, nor to change them for other wives, even though their beauty attracts you. That doesn't quite add up as well. The verse, it seemed to be perfectly disjointed, which it is the Quran. It's not Shakespeare. And it's difficult to tell exactly what it means. But that's what I was looking at when I found all this other stuff. And I'll just put that out there. I do wonder, well, yeah, did the verse ever actually come down to Muhammad? Because it just seemed so disjointed. That's all I've got for right now. Hope you understood the question. Right.
Yeah, there's many question marks about many things in the Quran, and they don't make sense at all about their timing and about their coming. Like when the Quran says that today I completed my favor upon you, and I accepted Islam for you, and then this is in the beginning of the Quran. So that verse, in order to be correct, this should be the last verse in the Quran. The Muslim, they will say to you, well, this is a verse because the Quran was collected after the Prophet, they choose to put it there, but you cannot choose it to be there. You cannot do that, because this will destroy the whole rest of the Quran. How you say today I completed Quran, completed Islam for you, and this is in chapter 5, verse number 3, and I completed my favor, and there is 109 chapter after that. That's a lot. This verse have to be at the end of the Quran, and that will make sense. So most likely this verse 2 is one of those additions added long after that. And remember, the Quran was not really printed by somebody, you know. It was there was actually no book until now. The Muslim, they cannot find one old manuscript of the Quran. The older one is about maybe 6 or 7 centuries after Muhammad. And this verse alone is a clear proof that there's a corruption in this book, regardless of the whole corruption, because the whole book is not accepted anyway. But if Uthman is the one who chose to put this verse there, that means the Quran is not protected, because this will destroy the rest of the Quran. Today I complete my favor upon you. Quran is completed. Because saying to me that you cannot eat pork, that will not complete Islam. There's another verse saying that. So what a big deal. To tell me what to eat, what not to eat, that will not complete Islam. Did Muhammad wait to the end of his life to tell them that pork is forbidden? That would be funny. So if you want to go and start questioning, everything doesn't make sense. But I don't waste my time with those things, because we focus in what we have, and we focus in destroying what we have. Otherwise, you have to give a lot of effort to prove this and that and etc. And still it's going to be funny at the end. But I prefer to focus in the contradiction of what the Muslims accept, which is very stupid. That the study you are talking about is like somebody wanna think deep and wanna make a study, take his time, you know what I mean? But if you want to use it as a method for debate, you was wasting your time. Go to something more powerful and something more useful to destroy this cult. So if the Muslims accept what they have there, let us go what we have. You know, all of the Quran actually doesn't make sense. Like they say to you that Al-Fatiha is in the beginning of the Quran. Why Al-Fatiha in the beginning of the Quran? They say to you, they start making it shorter and then longer and then shorter. Like, what the heck? Is it like, did Allah say make it shorter and longer? And why the Christian and the Jews don't do that? This is why the Quran, it's not a book. The Quran is not a book. Like, you know, if you go in the Bible, you want to search how God created the universe, right away you go to the book of Genesis. Correct? You do not need to look around. The books have a topic and they are organized. In the Quran, if you want to read about the creation, how the creation happened, it's all over. It's all over. And most of the verses are repeated. If you try to find some verses and then search for them, that you can copy and paste in the search engine, and you will be surprised about the same verse repeated in many chapters, the same exactly, like word by word. And then you ask yourself, why does God repeat himself all over the book, the same verse? What the point? There's no point. There's no point. God, he did not need to say that the same thing 10 times to make me, you know, that's it. Can eat sweet that contain is Latin? No, for sure. If there is any kind of product of pork, they cannot, supposedly. All right. However, Muslim, they do. They eat chocolate. They use makeup, and all of those they contain pork. All of them. You know? Every hospital in the Middle East, when they make a surgery, they have to use for the stitches. The stitches is the one you make the stitches with, is made from pork. They have to. You know. Anyway, that the Quran is not really a book. It's a collection of something is repeated, the same story repeated in many places. And you will, if you speak Arabic too, you will find that the construction or the build of the Quran, it doesn't match with each other. You see, if you read my books, the first and the second and the one to come, you will find that this must be Christian Prince, because this is how Christian Prince he analyzed things. There's no way that the book have one author, and the author he have many ways to present his logic. Same time, the language, some places the language is strong, it's good. Some places the language is horrible. Like imagine I take a page from Shakespeare book and I put it in my book, and then you are reading Christian Prince book, and then you suddenly say like, what the heck, what happened to Christian Prince? Suddenly he became a genius in English. I can't even like, what happened? You will notice right away, you know. But in order to notice that, you have to speak good English, right? So you can notice the difference between the page before, which is written by Christian Prince, and the page after, which is written by Shakespeare. But if you do not know the difference between the page before and the page after, because you don't speak the language anyway, you are reading a translation of somebody, you will not notice. So in the Quran, you will find there's a huge differences. Some places the language is very good. Some places the language is so stupid, full of grammar mistakes, even spelling mistakes, pronouncing mistake. As an example, all of you heard the Muslim saying, anyone witnessed before, you know, we have a Muslim here, we got him busted about Arabic, and he started correcting me. Anyone remember? Who remember? If we have an Arab here, an Arab Muslim, we can do it again, and you will see. So you ask the Muslim, or you type for him, you type in the text, you type for him the wrong word, and right away he starts laughing at you. Ah, you stupid ear, you do not know how to write it. You do not know a Christian Prince, you claim to know Arabic. This is not what written. And then you say to him, well, this is how it's written in the Quran. And actually, this is what happened to me in school. In school, I wrote the word wrong in the exam, official exam. The teacher who hated me very much because always I corner him. So when he corrected the papers, he took my paper and he started, guys, look what happened. Look at this guy who claimed to be smart. Look what he wrote. Even donkeys will not write it this way. Even monkeys who come from the zoo, they will not do it this way. A child who is 6 years old will not write it this way. And I am listening and I have a smile in my face. And then this guy, after he called me all those names, he come to me. He said, don't you want to say something? I said, yeah, sure. Sir, I did write the word you are talking about in that way because this is how it's written in the Quran. And guys, the second I said that, he started shaking like a rat. You know the rat? Like a rat. His face, he lost his color. Honest to God. He can get killed for this. If those are children in my school with me in the classroom, they go home and they say to their parents, the teacher was insulting a guy, calling him the one who wrote it this way, a donkey, a monkey coming from the zoo. And he wrote it the same as it is in the Quran. Can you imagine what will happen to him? So he closed the door of the classroom and he started explaining that he don't mean the Quran. The guys, the classroom is over, like the time, it's a class. So we should leave. It was the last class in the day. We have to go home. He closed the door. He said, no, nobody leave, nobody leave. Sit down. And he started trying to explain. Terrified. He is terrified. I wasn't like, we have like, our school was a connection. It's like, you do, what do you call it in English? Like after you pass the elementary school and then you are going high school, there's between them, it's a 6 years study. You finish with high school. So you can say I was like in high school. He closed the door. He don't want to let us to go. And he starts saying to us, A'udhu Billah, I will never insult the Quran. Actually, he was right. I was wrong. I don't mean the Quran. And suddenly he became the donkey. But this guy, each time after that he see me, he look at me as if he see the devil. You should see like he hate me to death. But he never get close to talk to me again. Ever. And he knew for sure I did that on purpose. And I did that on purpose. So the Muslims, when you face them with those errors, with everybody, it's easy to figure out. They will say right away it's an error as long as you don't mention the word it is in the Quran. The second you say it's in the Quran, you say no, the Quran is a correct book, and the Quran does not go under grammar. The Quran is above the grammar. The Quran is above the languages. Actually, the Arabic is coming from the Quran. Because it's very embarrassing. And if you want to go and check the mistakes in the Quran, it's endless. Not only say like this book have a scientific mistakes, history mistakes, grammar mistakes, spelling mistakes, even corruption. You ask the Muslims how we write the word bi'ism. Bi'ism is like this. In the Quran, it's written like this. The keyboard switched by itself. Okay, what happened? Where is the alif? There's alif. You see there's something missing there. This is alif, A, equal to A. What happened? An ignorant Muslim, he will say to you, oh, this is the correct way. It is only 3 letters. It is, which means bi'ism. Right for you in English. The fact it's not bi'ism. It is B-A-S-M. Bi'ism. What the Muslims did, they come to us with explanation saying that the correct way, the scholars, I'm talking about the scholars now, not the Eid Abdul who come to our chat room. They say the correct, yes, it is B-ism, B-A-S-M. But because if we add the A, that will make it heavy when you pronounce it. So we took the A off. Question. Can you take A off? If we ask a Muslim, can we take a letter out of the Quran? They will say no. No way, because that is corruption. Correct? If we take a letter off, if Allah, he said the word bi'ism, and you write it bism, that is a clear corruption. So they admit that, according to their explanation, but the fact is not this is what happened. That what happened, that the idiot who is writing the Quran, who wrote it this way, and the Muslims, they just copy, they follow. This is the wrong way. This is why when the Muslims, they speak about the number 19, if you remember the miracle of number 19? I made the videos about it. I don't know if you saw it. And actually, it's in my book. The Muslim, they don't count the letter A. Bism, they count bism. Bism. but there is, oh, sorry, but there is A after B. It's gone. Same as Ar-Rahman. Al-Rahman. Al-Rahman. If you go and read it in Arabic today, huh, it became Rahman. There's an A is gone. Well, how this happened? They say, well, because it is heavy, so we took it off. But you cannot do that. You cannot take off any letter from a holy book. Are you making a song? Are you like a singer who is playing with the words? Are you a guy who is making like a rap music, so you can squeeze the words and you can make them sound different? What is that? We are talking about God book, and we are talking about a book supposedly every letter there is even counted. So that does not make sense. Actually, if you go in the Quran today, you will find that the word Ar-Rahman, after the letter Mim, there's a little tiny short A. So the Muslims, just to cover the shame, they put that little A to say we did not take it off totally. It is there, but we don't write it. You know? But as I said, I don't talk about language issues, because if you want to talk about language, you have to find somebody in front of you who is a match. He speaks the language at least. And as long most of those Muslims who believe in Islam, they don't speak Arabic, so speaking about Arabic is useless. You know, it doesn't make any difference. Do we have any Abdul? Well, if you have my book, Cole, you said you have my book. I have even a drawing of those letters about the numerator of 19. Do you remember the guy I debated in ABN TV? Adib, the Turkey guy, the Turkish guy. This guy is the assistant of Rashad Khalifa. Rashad Khalifa is the one who created this miracle of 19, and the Muslims, they killed him in Arizona. They killed him literally because he, in order to make this false miracle, he took verses and letters from the Quran in order to make it work with him, the calculation. And he said that all those verses we took off because obviously they are not from the Quran, because Allah, he proved to us that he is God from the number 19. So by taking them off, he got some Muslim Abdul angry in Arizona and they killed him. All right. So he made his own Quran, literally. Yeah, he made his own Quran. And then he created his own sect. Now he have his own followers. They have their own mosque in Arizona. They have their own followers, like this guy Adib, and you know, and this guy he's a big shot there, but he's a potato. You know, they are like the Ahmadiyya. Yeah, he took verses out. He took literally verses out from the Quran. You know, he took verses and he took words out of the Quran, so he can collect, he can calculate. And his calculation, I destroyed in 2 seconds. Because Bism is not Bism, it is BSM. Ar-Rahman is not the count he counted, because he is missing the alif. You know, he is missing the alif because Ar-Rahman in that verse is mentioned twice. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, mentioned in verse number 1, and it's mentioned again in verse number 3. So if you count in just in those words, Bism, the alif is missing, this is number 1. Ar-Rahman, the alif is missing, this is 2. And then Ar-Rahman appears again in verse number 3, and that will be letter number 3. I do not need to count more, because that will destroy the whole theory of number 19, miracle. All right. But the whole idea of this miracle, the Muslim, by the way, when actually, I don't know if you saw Shabir Ali, he was debating who? I forgot who. Yeah, David Wood. David Wood, he was debating Shabir Ali, and the stupid Shabir Ali, he mentioned to him the miracle of number 19. Anyone remember? If I was there, I will make him shish kebab immediately. But because David Wood, he doesn't know, you know, he don't speak Arabic, he don't know what is behind this. This guy, he was killed for the 19 joke, you know, he was killed literally. So Shabir Ali is an idiot. He does not know really, but you know, this is why he don't debate me. He want to debate those guys who, you know, the Muslims, they debate someone, he don't face them with surprises. Like if you want to debate me, it doesn't matter how many video you watch for me. It doesn't matter how many thousand times you come to talk to me. There is surprises can come from my side you never heard before. Because I did not really share everything I know. What I share is, you know, things which is, let us say, important. But if we have a debate, then things can come out. Especially if I'm debating someone who claims to be a scholar. So this is why they choose always someone who do not speak Arabic. It's very important for them. Because speaking Arabic is mean surprise might come. The door for him is open. All the libraries of Islam is open for him. He can get us surprises from the middle of nowhere. And that is their worry. This is why they want to debate. You know, Anjem Shawadri, the coward, ABN, they offer him. They said to him, a Christian prince, he said he's aggressive. Anjem Shawadri, the terrorist, he's worried about someone aggressive. So, Akil is a kid, you know, Akil. This guy, he does not know even how to read 2 words in his book. You see, I did not debate him really. I tried him to come to spank him. This guy, he keep saying he is a big shot. He want to correct me. He go to Wikipedia. He think like he's a something. So I wanted him to come, and I forced him to come. And this is why he was doing everything he can to make it not happen. He put picture. He said this is a Christian prince, and like what children talk. He's trying just to make me angry. So I will say, you know what, you are a kid. I will not have you. This is the whole idea. And that's why I don't talk about him no more. That's it. You know, I brought him here. I spanked him. I made him bend over. We give him a spanking he deserves. Anyway, you know, let him go. He's not worth it. I feel sorry for him actually. Those Muslims actually, they never debate. Those Muslims are printing article from the internet. I can show you the website he was debating from. None of the things he said, it is from his own. They go and they print from the internet pages questions about the Bible. Jesus is not God. But none of them even read one verses of those. You see, the easy way to know if somebody is really knowledgeable or not is someone who is willing to debate anytime. If someone want to say to you, I need a month or 2 months, especially you are the prime, if you are not the prime minister of Saudi Arabia, why you need a month or 2 or a year to prepare yourself? You know what I mean? You are a scholar, or you are a person who knows at least about his religion. But they cannot take someone to debate immediately because they have no answers. They have no knowledge. They are afraid. You go to the Islamic section right now. Every Islamic room, everybody have read that. Everybody, even Muslims, because they are afraid that somebody he might post a question in the text, and then how you can answer him? I'm not prepared. So they want a topic, and they want you to speak only about this topic to feel secure. If you get out of this topic, we're in trouble. Let us choose topic, and then we will print 100 pages about this topic, and then we will talk about these pages. This is why the topic is necessary for them, because they are afraid of surprises. I have a video recorded of me calling Dean Show. You know the Dean Show? The Muslim Dean Show? They hang on me. They will not let me go through. I call first time, second time, third time. They don't. But they are saying to us, if you have a question, call us. Live. The TV is live. It's saying, if you have a question, call us. We call them. They don't let us go through because they are fake. Nobody called Dean Show. Nobody. You see this guy, this scumbag, his name is Yusuf Estate. He claimed that he was receiving a phone call. Have you ever heard of the TV station? They receive phone call to the cell phone? I never heard of one. So who is the one who's answering then the phone first? So they fake it that there's somebody is calling, like he said in the phone. Assalamu alaikum. Yes. The question. Okay. But no, nobody's calling. There's nobody in the phone. They don't allow anyone to call in the phone. They prepare the questions. It's made by them, asked by them, answered by them. But they will not take any live phone calls. Why a TV station? Somebody is calling. They don't broadcast his face, his voice. You know what I mean? If somebody calling me to ask me a question right now, why I don't broadcast his voice? Legally, you can do that. You're a TV station. They don't do it because there's nobody is calling. And why they don't want anyone to call, really, real call? Because what if he asks a real question? We will look like a bunch of stupid, and we have no answer. Right? Your mic call. Go ahead.
Yeah, on a couple of things that you said here. You said that when you look at the Quran, there's a lot of it. Well, I know it's a lot of errors in it, but you were saying that how the grammar, the way it's written, the writing style is different in places. When you look at the actual Arabic. One, I'm wondering, well, about how many different writers would you say, or more importantly, are you talking about just this looks like it may have been written by two different people? You know, you got this writing style here, and over there you got a different one. Or are we talking about a lot of different, many different styles? Then wouldn't that be a reflection, well, on the scholars? Wouldn't that imply that it was rewritten? The hadith tells us that Uthman, when he compiled it, he put, I think it was 4 scholars in the room, and he said, write it all out. Yeah. Now, I'm not talking about the scribes that wrote it while Muhammad was living. I'm talking about when Uthman compiled it into a book. I think he had 4 scribes in the room and told them to write it all out. And if they had a conflict, to write in the Quraysh dialect. Well, if you had a situation like that, you got 4 guys there in the same style, if they had some material and there's 4 guys and they're all talking about how to write what they're going to write, then the same style should come out. The same style should come out because they're working together. But if you got a lot of different styles in a lot of different places, it's only 2 ways that can play out. Either the 4 guys, the 4 scribes, they all get together and they write it all as one. And so you've got one style that that permeates throughout the document. Or they can cut it up into pieces, like you've got 4 distinct styles. I write these chapters, you write those chapters, you write those chapters, and you write those chapters. But if you got a lot of different styles in a lot of different places, it seems like that would imply that it's been edited. You know, it was written, the scribe wrote it the first time, and then sometime later on, somebody edited it and changed it. You know, here and there trying to tweak it, which, well, yeah, that is corruption. Yeah, if that's what you got a pure mess there. But throughout this whole thing, it seems to me, though, honestly, that it's like most don't really go by the Quran. It seems like their tradition is just, they're so dependent on the tradition. Because you get them in here and you ask a question, and then you say, well, look what the Quran says. The Quran says this. And then they throw the Quran out the window. And you say, well, look at the Quran, look at the Hadith. The Hadith says this. Oh, well, the Hadith is weak. You know, and show them the Quran. Look, the Quran says this. Well, they want to go through the interpretation. And then the interpretation is wrong. You know, and it's like they don't have anything that they truly hold sacred. You know, like if you were to get a Christian and you say, and you advance any idea, and you say, look, Jesus said this, and then you show them that in the Bible, where the words of Jesus are this, you know, Christians going to take this seriously. You know, that matters. That matters. And they're going to take it seriously. And they're going to look at it and study and see if they need to adjust their theology. Muslims don't seem to do that. It seems like the only thing they hold sacred is the idea that Muhammad was great. If you attack that, they get mad. You know, they'll cut you off there. But man, what the Quran said, flaws in the Quran, who cares about flaws in the Quran? Wicked deeds, who cares about wicked deeds? You know, but man, you showed up in one of those documents that Muhammad was not really a prophet. Oh man, they have a fit. They just have a pure fit. So that, but really, that, what it is, I don't understand the concept of calling Hadith weak. Either weak because some part of it is false. Knight Rider, no, it's not weak because some part of it is false. You got a couple of things. The official reason that they give is that the chain is weak. It doesn't have good references for it. That's the official written reason. But that's actually false. All the hadiths that they list have strong enough evidence to be proven true according to Islam. This is something new they're making up, because some of those are deep embarrassing when you look at them and you look at what Muhammad did and was taught. It's embarrassing for them and they can't explain it. So they try to call it weak for that reason. But if there was no challenge to Islam, they all go by even the Da'if Hadith. It's enough for them to cut your head off. You know, it's only when they're confronted by Hadith, you know, confronted with the Hadith by a Christian that, I say by a Christian, they have to be a Christian, but confronted with something embarrassing that they say it's weak then. That's how they actually use it in practice. You know, CP, a couple of weeks ago, you started on a line and then you cut it off. You were talking to Nightmare, and then you mentioned that Muhammad was, who was it? Was it his aunt? He's in some sort of relationship with his aunt. And you showed a few hadith, and then you stopped and said you would come back to it, but I don't remember you ever coming back to it. I did a little bit of searching in what I think had to be a Shia website, because they didn't like Aisha. They said outright, you know, Aisha didn't believe in Muhammad prophethood. Frankly, I don't believe she did either. But they asked themselves, did Muhammad have another wife? That's the one thing I was asking. The other people there were like, well, was there any evidence that he actually ever married her? You know, and in any event, that was all I could find. You were going to come back to it, but then you never did. So it just ran across my mind, so I wanted to bring it up. Mic is free.
Okay, when we open Sunday, you know, the Khawla, the woman, her name Salim. Now, in order to show you how the connection, we have to mention many hadith together. So maybe Sunday when we open, the first thing we open, just to start with this, remind me. Now, just to show you how the Quran is a stupid book. Imagine if I say to you, I'm going to burn you in a hot fire. Don't you laugh about that? But I don't know if the question is clear. Should somebody say hot fire? What hot fire? Fire. It's fire. So what hot fire? It doesn't make sense. So Muhammad, those verses, it might be coming from Muhammad because it's stupid, it's funny. The language is very naive. It's like somebody making Arabic music. You know, I was chasing a rat and he was so fat, and but there's no story there. So if you go to chapter 88, verse number 4 as an example, verse number 4, and you can try any translation you want. Like I will look at the Bechtel translation. You will be tortured in a burning fire, like the fire is burning. What burning fire? Have you ever heard of a fire is not burning? Like what? Same like chapter 101, verse number 11. I will burn you with a hot fire. But fire is fire and it's hot. So in order to make Arabic music, the author of those verses, he come with a stupid statements, and the whole verses doesn't make any sense. Like if you read the whole story, as an example, chapter 101, open that chapter. All right, read it. You would understand nothing. There's nothing there. What al-Qari'ah? Al-Qari'ah. And what al-Qari'ah? Allah is asking, and what al-Qari'ah? Like I say to you, shish kebab. And what is shish kebab? Like what the heck? You are the one who mentioned it. You tell me. If you go and read it from verse number 1 and see how funny it is, it's very weird. In chapter 111, verse number 1, and verse number 2, and verse number 3, all of them is saying nothing. We are in verse number 3, still we are saying nothing. There's nothing there. What does God is saying? What is exactly is saying? Is he trying to tell me something? Is he questioning? And what is that? And then the mountain will be order rule, and the balance whatever, and it's that the one who have a good balance, he will be happy, and the one who don't have balance, he will be in a hot fire. That's it. What the heck is that? But there's other verses in the Quran speaking about the judgment day already, many of them. And this one does not make any sense. It doesn't even match with the other ones. What we learn from this? That the one who is good, he will go to heaven, and the one who is bad, he will go to hell. So 11 verses saying nothing. And the one who will go to hell, he will go to a hot fire. That is a very stupid language. Even in English sounds stupid, right? Even for those who don't speak Arabic, it sounds very like it's like a child trying to make a holy book. So this is why I say that, you know, when you read the Quran, you will notice there's many writers, because each page have different obviously different writer. The standard, the language, the strength, the meaning. Sometimes the meaning is so silly, extremely silly. Especially if you start reading the last few verses in the Quran. Those are the most silly, stupid verses ever. Like the one who blow in the knots. Like what? Seek refuge from those who blow in the knot. Chapter 113, and you can read it from verse number 1. I seek refuge of the God, the creation, the one, and from the evil he created, and from the one who blow in the knot. Like what? What is that? This is fairy tale stories, and they are stupid. And then he is teaching us something. Obviously everybody knows that this is like a voodoo. This guy is teaching us that there is voodoo, and you have to be aware of the voodoo. But this is not the language of somebody have any kind of, like, the language is stupid, the sentence is stupid, and the meaning is stupid. He's teaching us that there is people who they have envy, and they can control us, and they can destroy us. You can do that. According to Muslims, you can do that. You can make a knot of somebody, for somebody, and supposedly you control him by that. Yeah. So you see, when you see this, the one who wrote this, he cannot be anywhere educated. You know, it's someone, it's like a song for children's, and there's no meaning except stupidity, fairy tale stories. Somebody can hold a knot, and he can do something for you with it, and he can control you, voodoo, and then seek Allah to protect you from that, and seek Allah from those who do mischievement with the voodoo, and they can do envy on you. But we know all of this is false. So when we speak about the language and the meaning and let's say the level or the standard of the writer, if you speak Arabic, you can see it a lot easier. Now, even in English, if you are reading this, you will see that this is very stupid and there's nothing there. Especially the Quran, because all of this is from the shayateen. This is from the shaitan. Black magic and those things, the voodoo, is from shaitan. All right. But the Quran says clearly that there's nobody have authority over my followers. Nobody. And he's saying specifically to the shaitan, chapter 15, verse number 42. My followers, you have no authority upon them. All right. So what's the purpose of this chapter? You know what I mean? If already Allah, He said that Shaitan, he cannot harm you Muslims. He cannot. If Allah is God and He made such a promise, that means Shaitan, because black magic supposedly is coming from the Shaitan. So what the prayer for there, you know? Already He promised, He make a challenge to the Shaitan in chapter 15, verse number 42, saying that you have no power over my followers. You have no authority, and the only one you have authority above is the one who is filthy and lost. Then we find that Muhammad himself was under the control of Shaitan. No, there is no order for the Quran. The Quran is like even the same chapter is there is no order for it. The one chapter is collection from everywhere. You see, if you ask the Muslims, there's a guy, his name is Nu'man Khan, supposedly he's a big shot for the Muslims. He told them, imagine there's in front of you like 114 cup of water, a cup of water, and then we put a drop in every cup of water, one by one. This is how the Prophet, he delivered the Quran. So what they are saying to us, he delivered a verse here, he leave it here, and then a verse there, and then a verse there, which means the same chapter, they are not connected. You know what I mean? If you are saying to me that there's 114 cup of water and he dropped one drop here and one drop there, that explains why the Quran verse before have nothing to do with the verse after, and that is very stupid. Because an author who write a book, even if he's God, he's telling us a story, he should be consistent in the story, not a verse here and verse there. This is why if you read about Sulaiman, you will not find the story of Sulaiman in one verse or one chapter. It's all over. If you read about Adam, it's not in one chapter. About Adam, the story, and the Shaitan and Eve, it's not in one chapter. It's all over. If you read about Jesus, you will not find it in one chapter. If you want to read about Mary, it's not in one chapter. If you read about Moses, it's not in one chapter. It's all over. And that make the meaning is not there. It doesn't make sense. Nothing there makes sense. The verse before is speaking about how a man, he have a gushing fluid, which is sperm. The verse after is speaking about Moses. What does this have to do with this? You know what I mean? There's no connection between a verse and the one after it. This is why when the Muslims, they say, you are taking the verse out of context. I laugh. What context? What context? What are you talking about? What is the context to take it off? Like, I will give you an example. Cool. Take this example. If you go to the chapter 86, chapter 86, the chapter is speaking about stars and the shooting stars. I swear by the sky and the shooting star. And what is the shooting star? It is the star who go through. Verse number 3. And then in verse number 4, suddenly the topic changed from space and galaxy to speak about the soul of a human being, and then how a sperm is coming from the human being. Like, what the heck? What does this have to do with this? Imagine we open a book and then he's taught us what is what is the sun. The sun is a hot star, etc., and the man have gushing fluid. Like, what the heck? What does this have to do with this? And then in verse number 9, the story changed from sperm, where the sperm is coming from, and then he starts with different direction. Verse number 10 have different direction. Verse number 11, he go back to the sky. Do you see it? Between verse number 1 and verse number 11, suddenly he's talking about a man having sex and where the sperm is coming from, and the woman having sex and where her sperm is coming from. And then he go back to the sky, and then from the sky he go back to the earth. And then you read verse number 13. Go, read with me. Read verse number 13 and 14 and 15 and 16 and tell me what those have to do with the sky and the star who visit and the man who have a sperm. What those verses have to do with those verses? Guys, did you open and read? What those verses have to do with the verses before them? Nothing. Nothing. It's like a guy who was making hummus, but his hummus he put garlic, he put hummus, he put whatever spice, everything from everywhere. But there's no connection between the verses. Nothing. Somebody speaking about the stars, and what is the stars? And then suddenly he's talking about the man and the sperm coming from his backbone. And the women, her sperm is coming from the ribs, which is very stupid and silly. And then he go back to the sky. And then he go back to the earth. And then he go back to the day where he is not going to be a joker. What this have to do with this? But if you speak Arabic, you will see it makes sense. It makes sense because it's just a stupid guy trying to make a stupid rap music. And he changed the tone every 2 sentences. So look, he says, والسماء والطارق وما أدراك ما الطارق. السماء and the طارق. And what is the طارق? Oh boy. The same as the verses we mentioned to you before. It is a star which visits you. Okay. Allah is in control of every soul. Like, what the heck? Look at the man, what he was created from. He created from a sperm. Oh boy. The sperm is coming from the backbone of the man and the ribs of the woman. Like, what the heck? I mean, it's a lot of wisdom. And this is just an example. You can choose any chapter in the Quran of your choice. You see, I don't want people to say I'm picking up my cherries. Anything you want. And you will find how stupid this book is. There is nothing there. When I say nothing, nothing. You can understand that English or you cannot understand. You know, you can find tons of reasons to see that this is a stupid book. As an example, you know, the Quran used the word Jahannam. The word Jahannam. How the word, what Jahannam? Anyone knows what Jahannam means? No, Jahannam, supposedly in the Quran, is a word mean the hell. All right? The hell. But the fact, this word Jahannam is not the hell. in the Hebrew language, there's a valley, it's called the Valley of Death. That is Jahannam. Muhammad, he took it, he put it in his Quran, and became hell. There's no such a thing about Jahannam in Islam. This is a theft from the Valley of Death. He took it, he put it in the Quran, and now he is teaching the Muslim that there's something that's called Jahannam. Jahannam is not an Arabic word. Have nothing to do with the Arabic. Why God he called his hell why he used a word is not Arabic. Same as Jannah. Jannah is an Arabic too. Jannah is not an Arabic word. You see, when somebody notice here, Jannah and genie. Jannah and genie. Yeah, the Valley of Death. Thank you very much. You see the Valley of Death? This is Jahannam there. You see the Jahannam? This is what it's mentioned. The word there in Hebrew is Jahannam. So in the Valley of Death, Muhammad, he make it and make it Jahannam. He make it as his hell. When a Muslim, he say to you, genie, jinn. In English, you say jinn, or jinn through end, right? And Jannah. If there's any, do they sound the same? They sound the same, right? Jinni, Jannah. What is the name of the baby in the belly of his mother? Janine. Janine. All of them, they are presenting something, one thing. It is something is unseen, invisible. It is invisible. But this is not an Arabic word. And this is coming from the legions of nations around the Arab, specifically the Assyrian, the Aramaic, and the Persian, and then the Indian. So genie simply is someone, he is supposedly is a creature who is invisible. Jannah is the land of the invisible. So Muhammad is promising Muslims to go to Jannah, which is the land of the invisible. Oh no, I mean, if you want to go in details, if you study languages, there's a guy, he used to come to Park Talk. I wish I can have him again. This guy is a true scholar in languages, unbelievable. You see, actually, this guy, if he come to our room, 5 minutes, all of us will learn from him, specifically about language. This guy, he have, I think, I don't know how many PhD he have. He's a genius in languages. He speaks Aramaic very well. He speaks the ancient Aramaic. He speaks the modern Aramaic. He speaks Hebrew. He speaks Arabic, and he speaks perfect English too. I wish I don't know his phone number. This guy is unbelievable. You take any word you want. You see, this is why studying languages can open many doors. Like my knowledge compared to his knowledge when it's come to language is zero. Zero. You will be like you know, you will be blown out when you see the roots of words, where they are coming from. And this guy is not special. He is not specialist in the Quran. Like, he is not really a scholar in Islam or anything. No. But he can help us to understand the Quran a lot better because of his language knowledge. For everything you go in Islam is coming from somewhere. Yeah, he's a Christian. Yeah, he's a great Christian. Wonderful guy. When you know the secret of the language, You see, if you wanna study the ancient nations, the first thing you do, you need to learn the language of the ancient, right? Otherwise, you are being stupid. You know, taking pictures of a drawing will not make any difference. So, in order to know them, you have to study their language. And Arabic is not even a language. Arabic is not really a language. Arabic is a mix of languages, and it's born specifically, like let's say maybe 70% of it is from the Aramaic, and the rest is from other languages here and there. So when you study the language, you will find yourself a huge door of knowledge open for you, and a door you will never imagine. Like as an example, some Christians, they say to you that our God, his name is Yahweh. It doesn't know. His name is not Yahweh. If you study the old languages, you will see how the word Yahweh came to exist. How the Jews, they avoid calling God by a name because it's an insult to God. Why? Because God is almighty and there's no name can contain him. You know what I mean? So if you search right now all the names which supposedly God was called with in the Bible, you will find that those are not names. There's no names. Those are, let us say, a shy description of his almighty, but they are not really names as names. Some, because they have a very short education, they think those are names. When Moses asked God, okay, I'm going to tell my people about you, what I will tell them, he said, I am. He didn't say a name. He didn't say anything of that. So they don't have God with name. They have God, but not with a name. We do not know our God by his name. This is not how we know our God. The Muslims, they have a name because their God is a pagan God. Even the word Christ is not a name. Even the word Jesus is not a name. Even the word Adam is not a name. Even Ibrahim is not a name. Even Moses is not a name. You know, go and search for each one of them. You will find that every one of them, his name have to do with his life story. Unbelievable. The Bible is an amazing book. The names we are talking about, those are not names, right? No, if you go, like if you go in the old Aramaic language, you see that the word, like, as an example, even in the Quran, let us go to the Bible. Like when you say hallelujah, hallelujah, who is Yah? Who is Yah? So Yah simply is a word meaning God. Same as El. So Emmanuel, Ishmael, Israel. But El is not the name of our God. It is a word meaning God. And this is not a word only used by the Christians. It's just a word meaning God. So you will find the Aramaic who do not believe in our God, they use that word El too, for it is just a word meaning God. So the Jews who they live between the Aramaic, they live between, and actually even the Hebrew is born of the Aramaic. So they have no choice except using the language which is between their hand, and the language between hand is born of the Aramaic. So they have Yah, they have El, they have what else? Like there's many words. Like you see the Jews, this is Hashem, etc. All of those, they have roots, and the roots are simple. It's just words speaking about God, but it is not a name. Maybe we should make some certain time to talk about this topic, because then, like, this is a very complicated topic, and you find yourself like you have to present a lot of reference and a lot of books. And actually, if you want to learn, you can search and read. But mistakenly, many they think that God really have a name. It's not really complicated, but like you need to bring a lot of let's say a lot of reference, so people they will not take it wrong, you know. But the word Yahweh, you know, is not really a name. Like when they asked Jesus how to pray to the Father, he said, a glory to your name. But why Jesus did not say his name? What is the what his name? Right? If there is a name, we should know it. But the fact there's no name. It is let's say description, title, glorifying description, but there is no names at all. Now, for sure, some people they might say to you, I don't agree with him. You know, no, Yahweh is a name, and this is the name of our God, and etc. But the fact, this is not really what the Bible says. The same as if you read this, the first chapter, the book of Genesis, sorry, and you read then the names of Noah, Adam, and his children, all the way to Noah. You will find that all those names, they are not even exist as names. They are sentences, which mean they are description of the person. Any one of you watch a video? It's called the Secret Code in Genesis. No? Search for it. Search for it. And you will see how the names in the Bible, they never been names. Starting from the name of Adam. Adam does not mean, it's not a name. Adam is a word mean man. It's not a name. It's not. God called him man. Actually, he called Adam and Eve, both he called him Adam. Both are called man, Adam. But today, because most of us, we don't have knowledge, we think that Adam is his name. But this is not his name. Right? Yeah, actually, me, myself, this is why I said we will continue on Sunday, you know, about the topic called he mentioned. So some Christians, they defend the idea that our God, he have a name, like they say Jehovah, etc. Actually, this is absolutely wrong. Three times God, he mentioned that I am. 3 times. Each time he asked him, what I will tell them, he said, I am. And actually, even repeating the word 3 times have a reason, like he have as if he is saying to us the Trinity too. The Muslims, because they are copy of others, you will find even in their own Islamic books, they say that Yahweh is the name of the great God. Like how that can be? But he is not mentioned in the 90 names of Allah. Allah have 99 names. So where, you know, how but because they are copy. They heard the Jews, they heard the Christians saying Yahweh, Yahweh, so they said, okay, well, Yahweh then. He must be the God, just another God of Allah. You know? right? Anyway, we will continue Sunday, and if you want us to continue in this topic Sunday, just remind me call about your question. However, the lady are asking me about, just remember her name, Hakim. There's many hadith speaking that she is the auntie of the Prophet, and at the same time speaking that she offered herself to sleep with him. So it's not really a complicated issue, but you have to present all those things together, and you read them, you collect them together. Maybe you print them in a printer so you can see them, or you open many browsers, or you make it in one document, so you can, let us say, compare between them. But remind me, and Sunday, the first thing we do when we open, so we'll have time for this. All right. No. Sauda is the second wife of Muhammad after Khadija. Sorry. Yeah, the second one. Sorry. Yeah. This woman, she offered herself. You remember we spoke about any woman she gave herself to the Prophet, right? This woman, obviously, she appeared in many stories in the Hadith, and she was like a pimp. She is the one who told him, why you don't take Safiya? You see, Safiya, Dahya al-Kalbi, the boyfriend of Muhammad, took her first. How Muhammad he got her back? This woman, she told Muhammad, why you don't take Safiya? She is very beautiful. So she was like a pimp assistant to him. All right. And later, when Muhammad, he made a verse about any woman she want to give herself, well, she said, what the heck? Here we go. I got my chance. Any woman she offer herself. Now, for sure, the Muslim, they try to defend. They say this is a different person. It's not different person. She have the whole name. The whole name is the same name. And imagine, we are talking about a small, tiny town like Mecca, or the tribe of Quraysh. The total of them is a few, not even 2,000 people. There's no way the same person will have like someone else have the same exact name. There's no way. Like it can happen now, because there's millions. Actually, me myself, I remember I was coming from Europe, coming back to the Middle East, and suddenly a car stopped in front of our house, and the guy knocked at the door, and my mother, she opened the door, and he said, you have a car full of flowers, but the flowers for funeral. All right. And he said to her, she said, how I can help you? He said, this is for the funeral of your son. Said, what son? My poor mother. And then he gave her my name. My full name. He gave her my name. He said, this is for the funeral of this person. And my mom, like, what? We were lucky that my mom, she was talking to me a second ago. I went to the second floor to shave my beard. And she said, Mom, I said, what? She said, they are saying you are dead. I said, no way. But imagine, I did not arrive yet home from my travel, and somebody came with this news. She would go crazy, right? So we were lucky that it happened this way, because he showed her the paper. He have they stick papers on the wall in the Middle East if somebody died. So she looked at the name. This is the same name, exactly the same name, the three names, all of it. But because the family is so huge, so it's more than normal not to have even one person, to have maybe 20, 30, 50 people, they have the same name, same exact name. But in the time of Muhammad, this is a small town, small village. It is the same person, and she is the only one. She is always with Muhammad. Anyway, so the Muslims, they will come. They will come with their excuse, and they will come with their let us say, trying to justify this, and they say this is not the same person, etc. The same as they do when we talk about Mary, she is the sister of Aaron. What they say? They say, well, at that time they used to say to someone she is the sister of an old grandfather. This has never happened. Never happened before and never happened now. To be called the sister of someone, you have to be from the same generation and from his age. If they call you that. And you have to be a sister. You know? Bint Hakim. Khawla bint Hakim. Anyway, actually, you know, if I want to give you a reference, I can give you a reference in 2 seconds. But we need to translate because most of those are not in English. Do you have a video playing? No. I hear nothing from my side. What video? We have the room, supposedly, but supposedly it is not there. Hold on. What video you hear? You have a video playing? Where? Anyone hear anything, guys? Or only him? I don't know. Say again what? I have a video playing? What video playing? I don't know. He's saying he hear. Maybe you are playing a video in the back of your browser or something. But how you can hear it if I'm not if I don't hear it means myself? Oh, okay. Anyway, I think I have a video about it, about this woman, right? Maybe you can find it and you can watch the reference. But I think it's in Arabic. I mean, the reference in Arabic, correct? Maybe next time I will see if I can find something in English about this woman. But maybe now, let me see. Hold on. Maybe I can give you something fast. Hold on. Let me do some search for the reference. You see, I wish all of you speak Arabic because that will make it easier. Actually, then you can find it in a second on the internet. You see, I just did little tiny search and there's tons of reference in front of me. But the issue is it's in Arabic. Let us see. Yeah, well, that will not help. I need to find something in English. Unless you want to do some Googling. You want to do a Google translation. And you know, the problem with Google translation with the old Arabic language is really messed up. It's not like if you're using the modern Arabic, it can help. Let us see. Yeah, well, until now I see nothing in English. If we have Nightmare here, that would be helpful because I will make him translate for you. Yeah, this is the problem. Those things you will not find really in English, unless somebody, you know, he took the effort and the time to translate. Like even this website here, this is a Shia website. Even the Shia, they are making fun of the Muslim Sunni for believing in the hadith of Aisha. You see, this is a Shia website, and they are speaking about that in the same page. Let us see. I will try to search in sunnah.com, find if we can get something in English. All right. You see, I just made a little search in sunnah.com. Without reading, I will give you the link, code. Just tell me if it's open. Is the link showing or no? Do you see a link? Anyone see a link? You see it? Okay. Click in it, and then you will find a collection of hadith about the same woman. All right? And then you will see how important this woman in the life of Muhammad. She is everywhere, especially when it's come to you know, sex. Like the one who asked him about if a woman she saw a wet dream, if you remember, right? A woman she saw a wet dream. This is the same woman, and obviously there is no way a woman she is a stranger, she don't have sex with Muhammad, she will ask such a question. There's no way a woman she will come in my door and she will say such a thing unless she have you know um, relationship with me. So here you see in the hadith, this is in English. Khawla bint Hakim was one of the ladies who offered themselves to the Prophet. So what is left later we will do when we open second time, we will try to give reference and show you how we are saying that she is his auntie. All right, your mic.
Yeah, CP, on that last link, the Pal Talk, the regular Pal Talk, you are about to go to a link page popped up, but the search did not load. It was just all white. Okay, yeah. For the people in the still here, what you have to do is, if you copy it, don't click the link, but copy it and then paste it in the address bar of a browser to load up the search for Khawla bint Hakim. That's all I've got. I appreciate that. I actually had my hand up a while ago and forgot to put it down. So I don't really have anything else. Sounds like everybody's pretty much out of gas. Are we gonna open up at 3 o'clock New York time again tomorrow? That's the last thing I got for today. Time for tomorrow. Off the mic.
Well, God is willing, I hope so. However, what you can do, you can copy the name in English as it is, all right, and search for the name in English, the same as posted for you there, right? Go to sunnah.com and paste there. However, if we go like there's certain books, but those are not in English. You can copy this. And I can give you many references, but they are not really in English. So the way to find out who is this woman is from other books, where it shows that this woman, she was the auntie of Muhammad. And it's exactly the same person, the same name. And as you see, she appeared in every story around Muhammad, especially when it's come to sex or women. Let me see if I can get this hadith in English. Hold on, before we close. First of all, open this link. Let me do this. Okay, open this link. This is the hadith where it says that she was one of the women who offered herself to the Prophet. All right. Now, before we close, just one more thing. We will try to find this hadith. Maybe we get lucky in English. Maybe. Let's see if we can find. Mm. Yeah, this website, the problem when you post something, it shows you everything. Because I'm trying to find, I'm posting like a sentence from a story, try to find the link of that one, but it's not coming. Like, look at this hadith here. Open this link. Khawla bint Hakim, she heard the Prophet saying about a woman who had wet dream. And he said, let me pause the reference. I asked the Messenger of Allah about a woman who has wet dream. And he said, if she sees water, let her perform wash. Now ask yourself, we have a hadith saying that she offered herself to the Prophet to sleep with her. Another hadith saying that she is asking him about the woman she see wet dream. All right. Now it's the same woman, the same name, the same person. All right. And then we will find in other books where it says that Khawla bint Hakim is the auntie of the Prophet. But I will try, maybe if I can find some reference in English, that would be really good. Look at this story here. This is how important this woman. This woman is like she was the pimp of the town. You see, she's everywhere. And this hadith actually here prove that the Muslims are practicing mut'ah even after the death of Muhammad. Now Umar is the Khalifa and they are practicing mut'ah. Let us see. And you will see the story where she is speaking about herself. She offered herself that Aisha, she got jealous from her. You know. But how come Aisha is not jealous from her before? She is all over. She is in every story about Muhammad almost. Yeah. Anyway, maybe we continue tomorrow. I hope we can open tomorrow around maybe 3 or 4, maybe a little bit late, because we open today. Usually I don't open Sunday and Saturday, but I will try to open tomorrow. But the rest of the reference, if I want to give you, call is going to be in Arabic, because this is what I have in English here only. You see, Sunnah.com, Sunnah, they don't have all the hadith. In Sunnah, they have what? Let's see what the books they have. They have Sahih Muslim, Al-Bukhari, Ibn Dawood, At-Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, Muwatta Malik. They have total of 1 book, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's it. They have only 13 books, which is nothing really compared to the library of Islam. Anyway, guys, I want to say thank you for being here, and I hope tomorrow. I don't promise, but usually we open Sunday. If I can open, I will open Sunday tomorrow around maybe 3 to 4 p.m. or maybe later. All right. So until I see you tomorrow, I want to say thank you. God bless you, and pray for us. Pray for all of us for what we do. If you are going tomorrow to the church, Christ is Lord. Islam is false. Let me do that. See you soon.